I'm feeling. ίδρυσε το agency, δεν τον είχες πετύχει. Αυτός, ο Δανός στη Γραβάτα, δεν την έκανε κόμπο και τέτοια. Κάπως την έδωσε το ένα...
Good morning, everyone. I think we can start. We cannot.
Yeah, we are expecting them, the people from UNICEF, okay? Thank you.
Yes, exactly. He insisted to be on time.
I think that we can skip the questions at the end. It's probably better to ask the audience.
It's better to ask the audience.
To save some time, and otherwise we are more than happy.
Not everybody's here, but I'm going to show the live streaming is ready. So we can start.
So you will give me a signal because we said someone in here.
Just 2 minutes and then I'll give you a signal.
We're gonna begin, okay? We are ready. Just remember to keep the time, okay? And at the end of the session, the question is gonna be also over that screen, okay? Good luck. Thank you.
He's playing his role.
Yes, exactly. He's paid for that, so...
Once again, good morning. Hope you had a good rest from yesterday intensive presentations and discussions. There was a lot of information about good experiences and practices that we had to digest and also reflect on some critical questions that were asked. We are continuing today in the same manner. Our panel includes distinguished experts from our host from Greece, but also we again have Portugal represented in the panel, and this time also representatives from Bulgaria and Georgia. So we are expecting a very interesting presentation and very lively discussion. In the same manner, like yesterday, I will introduce the panelists and I will invite them to present, and then we'll open the floor for questions and discussions. One of the key components of this panel is, one of the purposes is to discuss, again, some key questions about how inclusive education reforms can be accelerated in Greece, but also what are some considerations that all countries in the region can consider. We are focusing on what we call successful initiatives with potential to transform inclusive education systems. Big part of the panel will focus again on technical support instrument, which have been implemented in many European member states, but also Greece has benefited from many TSIs. So we will also hear from this experience. So we are starting with the first part of the panel, which again includes Miss Mary from the European Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education. We already introduced you yesterday, so please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, no, thanks a lot. So very briefly, In order to keep our time, I will start with some brief information about the technical support instrument. Then I will give some information on inclusive education reforms in Europe, with an emphasis on financing for inclusive education. As I said also yesterday, it is very important to focus on financing to support inclusive education. And then I will highlight two more issues. One that has to do with the move in Europe towards preventative approaches to inclusive education and the continuum of support for inclusive education. Yes. So, very briefly, the technical support instrument that was previously known as the SRSS, which is the Structural Reform Support Service or Structural Reform Support Program, was established in 2015 within the European Commission's Directorate General for Structural Reform Support. And the aim of that was to provide expertise and technical assistance to EU members in order to implement structural reforms. So the aim is to provide expertise and technical assistance to EU members to design and implement structural reforms. And since 2018, the European Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education has been a technical provider for TSIs in the area of inclusive education. So far, we have undertaken two TSIs, two projects in Cyprus that were related in reform, in an educational reform, and we drafted a legislation on inclusive education in cooperation, of course, with the Ministry of Education in Cyprus. In the Czech Republic, again on regional disparities in education. In Greece, we have already completed one TSI on addressing challenges in education, in legislation in relation to inclusive education. In Poland, we had two TSIs supporting the improvement of quality in inclusive education. And in Portugal, we also had a TSI with the aim to design a system to monitor the implementation of the Portuguese law on inclusive education, and Filomena will present it later on. And currently, we are conducting a few more TSIs. We have one in France, and we have two multiple country TSIs, one with Italy, Portugal, and Spain, and one with Finland and Ireland. So we are going to present what are the inclusive education reforms in Europe, based not only on the main findings of those TSIs, but also on different projects undertaken by the European Agency in cooperation with all the agency member countries. And I will start with the aim of the educational reforms is to improve design and consistency in policy implementation at national and regional level, and the quality of inclusive education policies and practices across the country. I also mentioned yesterday that European countries, there is a tendency to develop a policy to reorganize and reconceptualize education towards inclusion. And the main policy reforms include, first, promoting a rights-based approach and a school development approach, then reshaping the relations between the two sectors, the inclusive education, the mainstream sector, and the special education sector, developing new support systems that I will come back to that because we consider very important this issue, and also empowering the active involvement of all the stakeholders with an emphasis on families and learners. So countries consider inclusion as a systemic change that concerns, first of all, a far wider range of learners who are vulnerable to exclusion than only those identified with special educational needs and inclusion. Yesterday, we also said that although the movement on inclusion started many years ago, focusing on learners with special educational needs and disability, now it covers all learners with an emphasis on learners coming from vulnerable groups, including refugees, immigrants, the poor, and so on. So then it involves a curriculum for all. This is very important. It is difficult to speak about inclusive education if we don't include a flexible curriculum for all learners. Then inclusion is a process. I think you are all professionals in the area of inclusive education, and you know very well that is a process and not a state. It takes time in order to reach inclusive education, and there were always need for more and more and changes and innovation and improvement. Increasingly, inclusive systems in Europe are characterized, first of all, by a movement away from labeling learners, a focus upon systemic barriers and opportunities, establishing shared understanding around the concepts and terms. This is a key issue that we know very well, that different stakeholders give different interpretation of the term inclusive education, so it is very important to establish a common understanding and use the same terminology around inclusive education, establishing a cross-sectoral and interdisciplinary shared working processes, supporting communication of practice in flexible and innovative ways, recognizing learners' intersectional needs. And in Greece, for example, that we have so many refugees, and a lot of refugees have also additional needs, etc. And listening, it is very important, listening to and acting on stakeholders' voices. This is very important. That means we cannot take decisions and implement things for learners that belong to vulnerable groups if they are not included, if they are not part of this decision-making process. Financing. Yesterday, we also emphasized that the budget should go to support inclusive education. So financing is a barrier or support for more inclusive systems. Does the system of financing perpetuate or prevent costly strategies on exclusion? Does it discourage, mitigate against, or provide incentives for a school development approach that supports inclusive education? Does it maintain the practice status quo or promote innovative and flexible learning environment through capacity building possibilities? And here you can see that financing is in the center, and there is a clear relationship with all the other things, for example, with identification of needs and allocation of support, with learning and teaching environment, and so on. So it is very important to see that, if we really want to implement inclusive education, the money should work for inclusive education. And another issue is that inclusive education requires a move towards preventative approaches. More and more European countries follow this approach on prevention. So the goals of inclusive education are most effectively met when policy and practice, first of all, prevents different forms of education and exclusion before they happen, intervene in case they don't manage to prevent, they intervene to ensure that good quality inclusive education is available for all learners and at all times. And if this does not happen, then compensates with specific actions and provision when prevention and intervention are not enough to ensure learners' needs are adequately met in inclusive settings. And my last, how do we reach that? How do we do that? With a continuum of support that involves 3 different levels of support. I'm sure you have heard more and more in Europe and in other countries, they use the 3 levels of support model that involves 3 different levels of support. Moving to the next level is possible only if the previous level has proven to be insufficient. And then we're talking about the general support that is addressed to all learners. And in operational terms, of course, this takes place in the mainstream class. And in operational terms, we're talking about differentiated instruction, curricular adaptations, and co-teaching that for learners that need this support, and this could be for either a short period or a longer period. Then intensified support that in operational terms covers differentiated curriculum pathways, psychopedagogical support, targeted intervention, and so on, usually in the mainstream classroom. And then we have special support that covers significant curriculum adaptations, individual educational plans, development of personal and autonomy competencies, transition plans, and so on, usually for a small. If the other 2 levels of support work well, then the special support is needed for a small number of learners in additional needs. Thanks a lot. If we have any questions, then I will be here after all presenters in the panel. When they complete their presentations, you can ask us questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Mary. We are continuing on the same topic, and Ms. Filomena from the Ministry of Education of Portugal will present the TSI focusing on monitoring and evaluation framework on inclusive education implemented as part of the TSI. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Laura. Good morning. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Nora. Good morning to everyone. I would like waiting for my PowerPoint. Yes, I can. Okay. Yes. It's coming. So I'm going to share with all of you our effort in Portugal in order to monitor equity and inclusion in education. And I have to say, to start to share with all of you that measuring inclusion has proved to be very challenging exercise, a very challenging exercise, not only because of the complexity and the different uses of the concept of inclusive education, but also because of its holistic approach, what makes really a very challenging challenging process. In line with our concept on inclusive education, while recognizing that many dimensions of diversity exists, we focus on 6 dimensions and 2 overarching factors: migrations, ethnic groups, national minorities, gender identity and sexual orientation, special education needs and giftedness. Besides these 6 dimensions, we also consider the role of 2 overarching factors, namely students' socioeconomic status and geographic location, which are considered dimensions that intersect each other and have a general impact on all dimensions. This perspective, it's our experience, this perspective encourages a different way of looking at all aspects of policy, how problems are defined, how solutions are developed and implemented, and how policy is evaluated. It explores what policies, programs, and approach can best support the needs of learners with different identities. Thank you. Regarding our legal framework, schools must include in their guidance documents the lines of action for building a school culture where everyone finds opportunities to learn and conditions for full realization of his right, responding to the needs of each student, valuing diversity and promoting equity and non-discrimination in access, participation, and achievements in the education system. In this way, our journey is guided by key principles clearly defined in the National Inclusive Education Law. Committed leaders, collaboration with learners and families and community, respect and valuing diversity, confident, skilled and capable workforce, accessible learning environments, effective transitions, and monitoring and evaluation. Regarding monitoring, the law grants schools and the teachers with higher autonomy to adapt the programs to reach a higher degree of inclusiveness. This autonomy needs to set a monitoring system with clear indicators to assess the level of implementation and effectiveness of their plans in promoting inclusion. To achieve this goal, in October 2019, the Ministry of Education requested the support of the Standard Reform Support Services from the European Commission in order to develop a self-assessment tool to be used by our schools. Monitoring is a complex issue requiring standards and indicators aligned with the vision of inclusion currently desired for schools, tools for collecting information, and the participation of all stakeholders. Our monitoring system, based on standards, allows each school to compare existing educational practices with the desired standards. The indicators defined for each standard make it possible to measure the school's performance by answering questions that gather the necessary information. Standards are aspirational standards for the education system identified by stakeholders. Indicators show what needs to be measured more precisely for each standard, and 11 indicators are identified, and questions to validate the standards and find the existence or absence of the indicators. A set 19 core questions are identified. Summarizing, the monitoring system is a standard-based model. 6 standards have been identified by stakeholders related to what do we wish to achieve our educational system. And the standards are inclusive values, principles, and policies are shared and accepted for all. The required resources are available and accessible to support inclusive education. Schools are organized and managed autonomously to support all learners in the most appropriate way. Learners and families' voices are respected and considered. Training and professional development are effective and accessible, and success and certification. As you can see, for each standard, 2 indicators are identified. 11 indicators corresponding to what inputs and process do we want to measure in each standard. Only the standard number 6 has only 1 indicators. The others, all of them, they have 2 indicators. Just to make it clear, I present an example, and I select the standard number 1. All of them are quite important, but for this presentation, I select the standard number 1 on inclusive values and practices. For each standard, as you can see, for each standard, a set of issues and the proposals for reflection are identified related to the reflection issues. So a set of issues for reflection and a set of proposals related to the reflex issues. Obviously, is that the school, they can decide to use another proposals for reflections and for discussion, but this is our proposal raised from the project of monitoring. Another table with the standard, with indicator number 3. The required resources are available and accessible to support inclusive education. It's quite a challenging indicator. It's the same rationale than I presented before, with a set of issues and a set of proposals for reflection. As concluding remarks, the monitoring system reflects at the present time the level of implementation, the identified standards corresponding to key areas of the law. Standards can be fully implemented when they are fully embedded, established, and sustainable in the policy and practices of the school. We are talking about a self-assessment tool. They can be partially implemented when policy and or practice are moving towards implementation but are not fully embedded or sustainable. And standards are not yet implemented when policy and or practice require measure, development of and attention. Nowadays, most standards are considered as partially implemented, meaning that they require additional development. This should be seen, in my perspective, as a very positive result. It indicates that work is underway and should form a good basis for future improvement. And finally, the monitoring system we are working on provides the basis for concrete proposals addressed to schools to support them in implementing the law on inclusive education, a very challenging process for our schools, considering the diversity of the population, taking into account diversity of students and also diversity of teachers and other professionals. The monitoring system also provides a basis to be used to measure progress achieved over a time. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Filomena. This was very interesting.
You will have time to raise any questions you would like to address to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. It's interesting, maybe later in the discussion we will hear how the process went in really identifying the standards, indicators, because you did the monitoring and evaluation framework after doing all the comprehensive reforms in different aspects of inclusive education, which just leads me to reminder for all of you to start posting the questions as we are moving on with presentations because we'll have a discussion at the end. So now we are moving to Greece. Next to me is Ms. Athina Christopoulou, Head of Unit on the Protection of the Rights of Children with Disabilities and Special Educational Needs in the Ministry of Education, Religious Affairs and Sports in Greece, but also representative member in the European Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education and member of Managing Board in the agency. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nora. Αξιότιμοι διοργανωτές.
Honorable organizers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure and honor that I am here with you in this very important international conference regarding inclusive education. It is something that is at the agenda of all European states. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak to this conference, and also that we are given the opportunity to talk about the Department of Special Needs. I would like to start with an issue. We use the terminology. According to Article 4 of Law 48/23/2021 defines that inclusive education is the educational approach. This is the term that was given into the 2 PSI programs, technical support, that we had from the European Union and the funding of the European Commission, and that I will try to present to you. But before I go forward, I would like to give you some background information. Some speakers have talked about them yesterday. The issue of the access to education varies from various factors. The right that is reflected in the international conventions and the European texts for the the rights of children, the Agent for Sustainable Development, but also from research reports that show that inclusive education has multiple benefits both on educational level and social level. Big researches and meta-analysis that have taken place from a variety of researchers, and the first that you see, the blue one, was coordinated by Mrs. Simeonidou from Cyprus. The work, of course, of Mr. Rogers, and it was a great honor that he is with us. for these 2 days, and a series of Greek academics who have done research work. Now, inclusion is in our national policy, the National Action Plan for the Rights of Children that has been done in recent years, the National Plan for Guarantee for the Child and the Rights of Disabled People. In all these plans, we have the equity and equality in access, and all these plans are supported in statistics, which are not always, they do not give us light on the educational policy. Indicatively, I would like to mention that in a research that we had and data that was used from Eurostat in 2018, we estimated that 32% of the children under 18 in Greece, they face the danger of poverty. It is very it is when we have children at risk, or if we put labels on children, I would like to say that we have vulnerable groups and children that they have increased needs of support. But let's go to the demographic data. If we think about, we see how heterogeneous is the population in schools. Children with various needs and abilities, but we have changes. We heard and saw the Roma population, the immigration flows that we had, and what impact did they have on the educational process. From the special needs department, we are talking about people with disabilities, and especially with a rapid increase of students who are disabled and are in common classes. We had 68,000 students, and in 2022 we went to 110,000, and this year we are talking about 120,000. These are needs that really bring us face to face with the reality. And of course, we have a series of distortions and obstacles that we still have in the educational system. Distortions and problems that are highlighted through research work, but observations of the United Nations regarding the implementation for the Convention of the Child and the rights of disabled children in Greece, which point out the fact that right now we do not have a single strategic plan that will have a clear reference to indicators because our schools and universities do not have accessible environments, and another series of data that are repeated in the reports that are being made up our country. Taking all this into consideration, we started in 2018 to think the possibility to ask for a technical support program regarding the promotion of all the reforms in the general educational system. What we were interested basically, in order to be sincere, is to open up a dialogue and bring in touch all the executives in education with the international and European community. We wanted to do this in an organized way so that we can see how we could go towards this direction, this change of page, if you like, says the speaker. It was a period of time that the law 4547 gave a different emphasis on the organizations that did not focus only on disabled students, but all students. And we wanted to put forward what can we visualize for the future. These were our initial concerns. And the European Commission advised us to put forward 5 targets, 5 focus points. We chose the system of assessment. How can we visualize a system that will be included in assessment? How can we overcome the clinical model of disability only with assessment and enlarge all this prospect? And also we put on focus the transition from general education and the labor market. And also we tried to create supportive material which will have a direct impact in practice. In all these processes participated 200 people, 50 were representatives from the Structural Reform Division. From us, what is important it was that for the first time all the general divisions of education of the Ministry of Education participated. That means that we united our forces, the Special Needs Department, but also essentially it was a cooperation between us, the primary, secondary education and technical education. The academia participated from international universities and also experts and policymakers for different countries. From the participants, we had all the coordinators and for special needs, refugees, everything, and coordinators and all the heads of departments, school masters, all stakeholders. There were some very important points. First of all, we made the application for the program. After the approval, we organized some discussions, 2-day seminars in which we had all this fermentation and all the agony, the concerns. What can we do in order to make the change? The coordinators, they relayed all the knowledge that they gained into their schools, acting as multipliers of this experience. In the second stage, we had some work groups, and there were some working groups that focused on the 5 axis targets, and what we wanted to do is to create some material that can be taken advantage by the school units. We needed texts and tools for assessment. We knew that we did not have, we wanted to go to an inclusive thought for the assessment and focus on the school community for the assessment to empower the educators. And with the support and many reference texts, we ended up in the 5 deliverables, which we will put up on the internet and which have to do with protocols, with specific proposals, assessments for primary education, secondary education, and a guide that gathers together a lot of experience and material. When the program was ended, we were afraid perhaps there will not be a continuation, perhaps it is not sustainable. That's why we made a request to continue the program again, but in order to enter schools and see on a pilot basis, can these things be implemented? Do they have any value? Do they make sense for the educational community? But mainly to open up the dialogue, to bring together all the stakeholders and see how we can go forward. The participants were almost the same, 135 regional divisions were coordinated. The heads were coordinating, and we had representatives from all schools, from primary, secondary education, special needs representation from parents. We are in the second phase. We had meetings through the internet, live ones. What the most important is that there was an organized pilot implementation with research factors which have given us rich material which we are processing right now. Now, if I wanted to talk about the benefits of the program, the most important was that it gave the initiation, the starting point for a dialogue in order to take for the reforms on the field. We had an extensive research material which it can be used in order to draft policies. Also, material for schools, and of course we had sensitization benefits. I'm not going to say that we did not have problems and challenges. We continue to have a difficulty to get away from a clinical view of disability, which is deep-rooted in the educational system. Of course, we know that, and we want to listen to the educators who talked us about the lack of cooperation, the culture of cooperation for the educational system of the country that is in conflict with the targets and the deficiencies and problems that have to do also with communication with parents. I don't want to stay there only. The truth is that apart from the challenges, we had the prospects. We knew them from the research and the academic bibliography, but now it was highlighted through the words of the educators, all the executives, the school community, which suggest that if we really want to go forward to an inclusive approach, we have to make changes at all levels, the macro level, the medium level, the short-term level. With a clarified political commitment, we must have curriculums, adapted legislation, single regulation, change of culture in the classroom, changes that have to do with the pedagogical actions, everything that has to do with this thought. I would like many times during the program there were some doubts that were expressed. Perhaps are all these things not realistic, are not feasible? In order to answer to this question, I'll go along with the words of to Professor Rogers-Lee, who mentioned yesterday that education does not have any other alternative solution. It is it is democracy, and it is something that we cannot go back. And also I would like to remind that in life in general, fighting for things that sometimes may seem to be non-feasible, we manage to do the best possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Christopoulou. We are moving ahead with another presentation from Greece, from the Institute. I think it's, okay. We are changing a bit the order. We have Miss, no, it's okay. It's Miss Stella Ivanova from Inclusive Education Directorate in the Ministry of Education in Bulgaria. And Science, Ministry of Education and Science, responsible for state educational standards. You will focus on the reform that Bulgaria has been implementing in the past years in terms of introducing and expanding the role of resource centers in support to inclusive education. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today and the opportunity to participate the Inclusive Education and Children's Rights International Conference. Many thanks for the organization and the UNICEF in face of Maria Yankova, our representative from Bulgaria. Thank you very much for the job you did. It's very useful for us. Now I'll start my presentation with with the important moments and by briefly outlining the development of the inclusive education in Bulgaria. We started with integrated education. We developed it during the older war that required and gave the opportunity for children with special needs to be included in the general educational environment. These changes were made during our inclusion as members of the European Union, and those the criticism we received during the adopting the process regarding the status of children with special needs who were placed in special schools. This led us in 2006 to create the special needs centers for integrated educational special needs, where the special needs teachers were employed and to allow the education of children with special needs in conditions of integrated education in general, education, kindergartens and schools. This system was good, but it was realized that until the specialists attended the same education institution together with the child, all the time it would be difficult to do the inclusive education. So in 2011, a pilot model was introduced in more than 56 schools around the country. We are able to employ independent teams to provide support for the special needs education in children. In 2016, we saw the adopting of the Preschool and School Education Act, where the inclusive education was placed at a higher level as a right of each individual. And every student was able to participate in activities for personal development. This led in 2017 to adopting of the Inclusive Education Ordinance, which is a specialized document connected to the inclusive education. What is the inclusive education? The definition is that the inclusive education is a process of awareness, acceptance, and support of the individuality of each child or student and of the diversity of needs of all children and students. Therefore, the inclusive education is no longer regarded as a philosophy toward only with the children with special education needs, but towards the diversity of needs of all children and students. Within the framework, the inclusive education policy, all children and students in the preschool and school education system in Bulgaria are provided with support for personal development of children and students. The support is general support and additional support. The general support for personal development is provided for all children and students from kindergartens, schools. It includes 14 measures, including additional training in specific subjects, career guidance, prevention of learning difficulties, speech therapy works, provision of health care, etc. The additional support for personal development is provided for children and students with special education needs at risk who are gifted and with chronic disease. Additional support is provided on the basis of the assessment of the individual needs, which is carried out by a personal development support team at the school and the kindergartens. The type of the form of the training, as well as the specific activities for additional support for personal development and defined by the child's or student's plan for support. The Ministry of Education and Science of Bulgaria is working to introduce the functional assessment of the individual needs of children and students through the ICF, International Classification of Human Function, Disabilities and Health for Children and Youth Development by the World Health Organization. The evolution of the individual needs of children and students by means of this tool is regulated in the Ordinance on Inclusive Education. For this purpose, we trained 260 trainers in the application of the tool in the period of January-April 2023 under a project financed by Operative Program of Science and Education for Intelligent Growth, namely support for inclusive education. It is extremely important that this approach interinstitutional and that the structures of the Ministry of Education and Science, as well as the structures of the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Labor and Social Policy, participate in it. As the result, an agreement between the three ministries was signed in December for the first time on an interinstitutional mechanism for the implementation for support for personal development at the local level. The Preschool and School Education Act regulated the early assessment of children's needs in kindergartens in order to prevent the risk of learning difficulties as part of the activities for general support and personal development. The Inclusion Education Ordinance defines that early needs assessment is carried out with a screening test for children aged 3 and 3 and 6 months. In future, we are planning to develop screening for children under 3 years of age. And now more about the regional centers to support the inclusive education process. They are specialized service of units of the Ministry of Education and Science and are funded through its budget. Their structure and activities are regulated by regulations issued by the Ministry of Education and Science. There are 28 across the country, and these are the specialists that are involved: resource teachers, psychologists, speech therapists, hearing and speech rehabilitators, teachers for visual impairment children. The pedagogical specialists in the regional centers are 3 types. Directly working with children and students, these are resource teachers and therapists who provide support to children and students with special needs in the schools when the schools cannot independently appoint such specialists. Specialists carrying out assessment and directing children and students to appropriate training in the relevant education institution through their participation in mobile groups of specialists who are part of the regional teams. Occupational therapists work in the complex programs for sensory integration and occupational therapy in regional centers. The methodological support is that we provide mobile groups of specialists, provide methodical support and supervision to support teams for personal development in the schools as needed. The regional centers also provide free training for pedagogical specialists. The regional centers may implement and work according to the national programs of the Ministry of Education and Science. Together with UNICEF, Ministry of Education and Science, and regional centers, we developed a project for a digital platform for online resources for teaching students with special education needs, which will be, and now it's administered by the regional centers. This is the structure of the regional centers. There's a director, deputy director, and 3 types of the support that we have there. The regional support team for the process of the inclusive education are located in them as well. which assess children and students with special education needs and confirm the necessary additional support for personal development of these children and students determined by the support team for personal development in schools. What we plan for the future, the regional center to optimize their activities, mainly in the direction of methodological activities, assessment of individual needs of children and students, training of specialists, supervision of the work of the pedagogical specialist with children and students with special education needs in schools and kindergartens, as well as in regarding the referral children and students to study in appropriate educational institution. The Regional Centers for Supporting the Process of Inclusive Education in Sofia has programs in occupational therapy and sensory integration. These are the pictures of the rooms that they, and the support that they provide. Kinesiotherapy program, occupational therapy program and use of skills, very good sensory integration room, and also room for art therapy. And what are the challenges that we have across the inclusive education? Cross-sectoral cooperation, training and preparing teachers to work with the diversity of children and students. Negative stereotypes about inclusion education, modernizing teaching methods for the teachers. What the Ministry of Education make some programs and trainings, developed teaching aids and methodological guides, developed various tools and specialized materials for working with children and students, screening tests, functional assessment card, a tool to identify risk in children, markers in children and school children, tool for evaluation of gifted children, training teachers to work with children and students with special education needs and to implement the various assessment tools. In Bulgaria, for the couple of months, we start a program with the municipality of Sofia. In 2 schools in Sofia will be built spaces for intensive support of children with special needs. The project includes the construction of specialized learning spaces, therapeutic support, and free activities for students who have serious difficulties with their behavior in the acceptance of the general education environment. And the great result of education is the tolerance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ivanova. We are going back to the Greek experience. We have 2 representatives from the Institute for Educational Policy, Ms. Anna Afentoulidou and Pavlina Haralampidou. They are going to focus on a very important aspect of inclusive education, collaboration between the school and the family, drawing on the experience from implementation also on the European project for Roma children. Yeah? The floor is yours.
Καλημέρα και από εμάς.
Good morning. As already mentioned, we are consultants at the Department of at the Institute of Educational Policy. We would like to thank everyone for their significant presence in this conference. We would also like to thank the supervisor of our department, their valuable support in the participation of our department in this conference, and of course, thank UNICEF and the Ministry of Education for their excellent cooperation. We're going to make a presentation with Ms. Haralabidou. To keep it short, I will talk on behalf of both of us. The subject is how the relationship between the school and the family affects inclusive education. Oftentimes, this collaboration is important at all levels, at an institutional level, for example, between different ministries, at the level of the communication between the citizens and local communities, the collaboration between professionals, teaching professionals and their families. We're going to focus on the family and the school, the relationship between these two. We are not going to focus on higher levels of relationships, for example, policymakers or institutions. Instead, we're going to focus on the first level of interaction, for example, how parents and teachers work together, having as a common vision the well-being of children. Research has shown that the relationship between the school and the family is extremely important for building a very healthy school environment. It's important for promoting the health of both the families and the schools. In Greece, we often talk about the Greek family. Ms. Vultepsi yesterday used the term traditional Greek family, and how caring this family is, or hyperprotective it can be. There are a lot of jokes about how the traditional Greek family works and its behaviors. The truth is that the parents are either hyperprotective or ignorant. For this purpose, we decided that it may be useful to investigate the principles and the different dimensions of positive parenthood and why the school has to support positive parenthood. And then we will talk about the ways with which the Institute of Educational Policy has made efforts over the last years to support teachers for their cooperation with the families by providing material and training. Positive parenthood means approaching the parental role on the basis of respect, to help the child grow in a healthy way and develop its skills and capacities. The responsibility of the parent is the focus, and not exercising power over the child. So, positive parenthood is briefly based in these principles. The parents provide care and love to the child, limits, safety, a routine, and the necessary limits. children must be heard, be heard as individuals, enhancing the child's capacities and self-control, non-violence, preventing any type of physical or emotional abuse or punishment. Physical punishment violates the rights of children for respect. In 2006, the committee of the then Ministries of Education took place regarding supporting parenthood, and in these guidelines it was emphasized that parents must be encouraged in order to undertake their responsibilities for caring and raising their children properly, and by ensuring that all professionals working with children are properly trained. Besides, we should not forget that the good relationships between the school and the parents and the positive parental environment helps in the child's healthy development. And finally, this leads to the well-being of the school unit itself. A lot of research has shown that the participation of parents is important, but teaching professionals must be properly trained in order to practice healthy communication behaviors. Children in this environment have a better self-esteem and confidence, and fewer behavioral problems. And this is a very important factor to take into account, especially when we are dealing with children from vulnerable groups or lower socio-economical backgrounds. The results of inclusive education in these categories are really impressive. I'm just simply shortly going to mention that we need to focus on providing sufficient support to the parents. It helps when we organize activities and initiatives, outreach programs for the parents, and of course, to provide individual and collective support for all professionals in the field. And this is important for the support of families that are dealing with vulnerable situations, immigrants, or families that deal with economic difficulties. The Institute over the last years is trying to talk about these problems by organizing intervention programs with Roma children. About 18,000 teachers participated in such a training with a separate focus regarding the different economical and social backgrounds of different families. Also, as part of implementing a a program on the prevention of school violence. We implemented several initiatives to encourage the collaboration between the school and the family. And finally, we have the skills laboratories with activities that make sure the family is involved. Regarding the program I mentioned before, it was completed in 2021. Ms. Evitrouki, the supervisor of the program, after conducting a research regarding the needs of the school and the Roma children, there was a training on the mediators, the schools who work together with the mediators, and the families were involved throughout a complete school year in order to implement all of the initiatives planned as part of the program. One of the targets was to restrict dropouts, which is a huge problem, as already discussed. The results were impressive. Special instructors were also hired as part of the program to implement good practices. Let me mention one example, which is very characteristic. There were some intervention levels regarding mediators. The first level has to do with the access of children to the educational system, then that the children must regularly attend school. All of this must create a positive experience to the child. Attendance must be completed with in a successful manner so that the child can transition to the secondary education. Tools that are used for mediators at the school is the daily journal, a folder, a reference folder where all of the feedback details were properly recorded. The educational and family folder, another important tool for keeping all the sensitive information regarding each student that needed special support and help, their psychological, their mental state. Some schools implemented all of these tools. The results were really impressive. Another tool was keeping a protocol of collaboration between together with the director of the school. Also, an action plan providing a proper timeline for controlling the program, a list of contacts which will be quickly available for everyone, and of course creating a website for social media services. There are a lot of programs regarding well-being and the relationship between schools and families. And it has been proved that these programs help inspire parents, have a greater interest for their child. So this creates a cyclic relationship that brings great results. So time is almost finishing. A few things about the action plan. And here you can find some links with educational and supportive material. It's available on the Institute's website. And here we should not forget mentioning something about the coordinators who are responsible for refugee children. There are three important parameters here. They should be consistent to the principles that we ourselves have established. Collaboration is the second parameter, and continuation is the third important parameter. There is only one negative aspect in this. Where it was implemented, it had a restricted and expiry date. All of these pilot programs, we have to generalize them and continue them. And the implementation must be holistic and Catholic. With this continuation, the school will be able to complete its role regarding inclusive education, take into account the dreams of children, and of course, caring their love of the parents. Thank you.
Highlighting the importance of working with families and parents. We have one more presentation and we are aiming to finish on time. The next presentation is about Georgia. Again, another reform looking at how the services can be brought to children to facilitate their enrollment in mainstream schools. We have Ms. Nino Shatberashvili from the Tbilisi State University, a professor of social work who has been one of the actors in this reform. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Very pleased to be here, to be able to share information about Georgian achievements, to listen to your experiences. So I will start my presentation with the introduction of the very important reforms ongoing in Georgia: inclusive education reform, psychosocial service provision reform, and also introduction of the social work component to educational system. This last one is very important, I think, because me being more than 25 years in the child welfare and justice system, seeing how children in the child welfare and also justice system need preventive, proactive approaches so that it is not very late to support them. I think that introduction of the social work in educational system is very important for Georgia and generally. So I start to depict the system, how it looks in Georgia. Ministry of Education under itself has agencies, and one agency called Office of Resource Officers of Educational Institutions in charge of the security on the one hand of children of Georgia. Whoever have the status of student means that actively goes to school, and on the other hand, it had psychosocial service provision unit. And now, in addition to this, we have psychoeducational unit as the inclusive education sector, which was stretched over several departments and units of the Ministry of Education, now will be under this agency, meaning that under the agency now hierarchically we will have psychosocial service provision unit and psychoeducational service provision unit, and their collaboration also, and very close collaboration, will be reflected on the well-being of our children. especially those who are either in conflict with the law and diverted and still go to school, or with disabilities or special educational needs, or in contact with street and so on. So, how children appear in these units? Generally, they are referred by schools or self-referred, meaning brought by their parents or by themselves. They come also above 14 years old, or referred by other agencies, guardianship care bodies, or the agencies at the Ministry of Justice of Georgia. Now, while social workers are introduced to the schools, they are in the school premises, provided services to all children where they are. Unfortunately, they are introduced only to 60 schools, which is very low in comparison with the up to even more than 2,000 schools of state schools of Georgia. But in comparison to the fact that several years ago we had 0 social workers in schools of Georgia, now we have at least in 60 schools more than 60 social workers. So in that cases, children themselves can approach social workers in the school building. The amount of children referred to these units increased tremendously, especially after the introduction of the social work component to schools, because the stigma associated with the social work, also the psychosocial services, psychiatrists, psychologists existed in Georgia, and day by day it decreases, because they themselves are in contact with the children and the parents. And parents who are very rarely involved, as my colleagues also discussed, in the school life of their children. In some schools, we started with the psychoeducational trainings of parents, where we had only 3 parents during the meeting. And at the end of the year, we added up to 600, meaning that they got interested, they found very beneficial for them how to treat some problems of their children, when they realize that that kind of sessions and contact with the psychosocial service specialist is very important for their children. The fact that inclusive education sector also is now under this new agency means that all services for children with disabilities or special educational needs are also in this agency. Consultative services, assessment services, services for transition to school and from school to education, higher education or professional education, meaning that with the support of UNICEF, also government of Norway, very actively this unit was supported during 22, 23 years, so that all the stakeholders were focused to strengthen the consultancy potential, also assessment potential of the inclusive education service. However, still the inclusive programs for very vulnerable children, children in contact with the street, remain still under the Ministry of Education, but this huge component now is in strengthened shape under this ministry, under this agency. As we see in this slide, these are the problems of the children, how they are referred to the psychosocial unit. We can't say that these are the problems that children with special educational needs won't have, but up to now, these children were not provided with psychosocial services. And only after 2024, this segregation ended, and all children needing these services will be provided. Children, victims of violence, for example, with some anxiety problems, with some specific behavioral problems, and I'll avoid intentionally to say difficult behavior, specific behavioral problem, and so on. The work is provided individually as well as in groups. And now this unrest going on in the world, the wars that we have, Georgia also hosted Ukrainian refugees. This is another challenge for the system, education system, psychosocial unit, because these children, though officially integrated in the Georgian education system, because Georgia opened special sectors for Ukrainian children. They need a lot of psychosocial services, but due to barriers of language, also not knowledge about the post-traumatic work with these children, we really had difficulties in the country. And this, now I am presenting with the head of a university, therefore, this informs the universities that we also need to modify and address our curriculums, readdress our curriculums with these needs in the field. And despite the fact that we in our university have representatives of all supportive professionals, plus lawyers, the faculties are all of these professions, still there is even no one multidisciplinary course so that we teach young professionals together so that they know how to multidisciplinary work with these so vulnerable children, especially in schools, where despite the fact that in the country we developed vulnerability checklist reflecting all the ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, still sometimes teachers fail to inform social workers at school about the vulnerability of children in their class, for example, head teacher. Yes, meaning that identification of vulnerability is problematic, as well as appeared to react on some of them. Now this slide shows the amount of social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, and multidisciplinary team members who assess the special educational needs of children. And as you see, the amount of said emoji, because the amount of children total is varies to 600,000 to 700,000 per academic year, meaning the ratio is so low, one social worker, one psychologist, up to 1,500 students. Yes, so amount is low. However, the trend of development promising, and we reach to the slide where we describe what social workers are doing at schools. Mainly, they work on 3 levels. Universal level, meaning approaching all students with the preventive work, somehow decreasing the risky behaviors, strengthening the positive behaviors or factors. Or they work proactively. If the teachers identify some problem, mere problem, social workers meet those class with children and the teachers as well and provide some kind of trainings or educational seminars or consultative meetings. And reactive work. When there is problem or crisis in the school, they reactively target the special children or child. Also, they respond to the dropouts according to the new legislative act. They have to respond on the dropouts if the school fails to bring children back at school. And the results are very impressive because only 10% of children could not be brought back to school due to different problems. Otherwise, they were brought back after 20 calendar days. Also, the social workers very actively are involved with the students with special educational needs, and there were cases when, for example, due to the specific behavior, child was thrown out of the classroom, and social worker was called for help, and social worker identified that child had serious delays in educational performance, called the multidisciplinary team, and appeared that quite serious educational needs are child faces. As we look at the list, actually what I have talked is together on this slide, what social workers are doing at school, and won't repeat this list, you can have a look at it. However, while this work, the university also identified problems that especially MA level social workers need to strengthen their skills while academic learning. And despite the fact that due to the social work intervention at school, the classes became healthier and school climate became healthier, children are feeling happier because we conducted, while pilot phase, the intervention research, and the result of the research informed us that it was very impressive. The pilot was going up to 4 years. Also, the dropout levels decreased. Teacher stress level also decreased. And meanwhile, within this pilot, we introduced very interesting concept of restorative relationships at school. And that also was very supportive to the cohesion of all children, and also the teachers, their trust towards supportive professionals, their level of identification of problems, and then responding rate of these problems. Social workers were identified as supporters, not some people who are coming to somehow punish parents, because in the guardianship, under the guardianship body, social workers face these problems and fear towards them. And, sorry, moved backward. And now, what information we as the university are getting? Under the Faculty of Social and Political Science, we have social work at all 3 levels, BA, MA, and PhD. Under the Psychology and Education Sciences, we have programs plus psychology, education, and occupational therapy. Only occupational therapy or BA level, others all 3 levels, and under the Faculty of Medicine, programs on all 3 levels. Now, within this idea of development of the Child Rights Center on Tbilisi State University level, we think to work together on the creation of mutual course so that young professionals, while studying, also share the ideas, have mutual knowledge about how to support children, especially in the educational system, not hindering each other's professional or not discriminating each other's professional roles. This emoji also appeared because, as I said, we have no even one multidisciplinary course within our university, unfortunately. So challenges now to return to this whole reform is how this new educational and psychosocial units will work together, how these challenges that special needs, special knowledge, special skills are needed to respond on the problems, psycho-emotional problems of children with special educational needs, how this could be performed by the Ministry of Education, plus the academia together. That is actually the main now challenges that Georgia faces in terms of inclusive education reform. I will try to fit into my time. And the last slide I have also, I'm ready for questions, but I brought some pictures of my beautiful country so that to motivate you, whoever has not visited yet, to come to visit Georgia, and whoever likes good wine and nature, especially those who like wild tourism, because foreigners very much enjoy being in Georgia. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Nino. Thanks a lot. We have exactly 15 minutes for Q&A. You can, as yesterday, please put your questions online, or you can raise your hand. And just to remind you what we had, as, because it was a number of presentations, we heard about a number of TSAs implemented at European level. In Greece, we also heard from Bulgaria's reform on resource centers, on inclusive education, family-school relations, importance. You made the case for investing in this area. So now, if you can project the screen with the questions, hopefully we have some. It's okay. Thank you. Can you please project the screen with questions, if we have any? No questions. Okay, anyone would like to ask anything? I think it was too much information. Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Από τη Δημόσια Υπηρεσία Απασχόλησης.
Good morning. Περιμένετε να βάλετε ακουστικά τους.
Επειδή ακριβώς μιλάμε για μεταρρυθμίσεις,
My agency is with minor children, or they have problems, or they are young perpetrators. How can we connect education with the next stage, which is vocational training, which is a very serious issue of how there is a cooperation for later on in life and for this effort. We have programs in the unemployment agency, or we have professional schools, vocational training and so on. And if in the technical programs that you implemented, this kind of thing has been involved, are there any public services that have been involved? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed the introduction. The question is for, I assume, for Mary?
I mean, it is not very clear. Δεν κατάλαβα ακριβώς, με δύο λόγια. Με δύο λόγια μπορείτε.
What is the connection of inclusive education with the next stage, which is vocational training with the vulnerable groups? And if in the programs that you implemented there was a cooperation with other competent agencies regarding this issue? When we talk about educational programs or vocational programs, the professional part is part of it, because we are talking about the technical lyceum, which means that after the obligatory education we have either the general lyceum or the technical or professional lyceum. Although these programs cover the obligatory education, and at some extent there is an extension for vocational training. In the European agency in recent years we had implemented a program that had to do clearly with vocational training and the connection with employment. There are many examples of best practices of how this connection is made. I would like to add that we want to give emphasis in counseling and professional orientation, but we have something which is a practice, which is apprenticeship in which we have people from the professional lyceums or technical lyceums that they 4 times a week they have to be in their workplace, and once a week to get together to be educated at school with the appropriate support. We consider that this is one of the institutions that can promote the conditions for the connection with the labor market, but this is an issue that it is under discussion in the whole Ministry of Education.
Important question, because when we talk about all levels of education, very often we kind of neglect this level of education. But I think also in Portugal, you pay attention to this transition to work and the transition work individual plan.
Yes, in Portugal, since many years we pay special attention on the what we call post-school life. Adult life. So concerning the law, 3 years before the end of compulsory education, an individual transition plan should be in place in order to prepare the students for the next step of the life. That can be employment, can be vocational training, it can be university, it depends. So at school level, the multidisciplinary team and the services responsible for orientation in school, they have to prepare this individual educational plan with the students, with the family. It's a student-centered approach. So it's quite important. They have to identify the expectations and the needs and the aims and of the student and the family in order to prepare the individual educational plan that will be in place during 3 years before start when the student has 15 years old, because the compulsory education in Portugal it's until 18 years old, 12 years of schooling. So 3 years before individual educational plan needs to be in place. It's compulsory.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Any other question? I'm looking once again. Okay, once, twice, 3 times. Thank you very much to the panelists for the excellent presentations. Thanks to the audience for the patience and being very disciplined this morning. And now we are transitioning to the coffee break and to continue to share good examples. You will give more information. Thank you very much.
Please. Λίγο την προσοχή σας.
May I have your attention? We are going to have a break for 1 hour where you will be able to see the posters. The first poster, as you enter to get your coffee, there will be an interactive game. So for those of you that you are interested, it is the second primary school of Agia Varvara.
Now, so we have also the poster session. There is an activity from the second primary school of Agia Varvara. It's the first poster on your entrance to the new retorts. Thank you.
Δεν έχουμε επιλογή γιατί είμαστε στον αέρα, οπότε ξεκινάμε.
Good evening from us as well.
Already on air, and so we start. I will do the welcoming in English since our first presenters will speak in English, so our translators know. And then for the last three presentations, we will go to Greek, and you will be able to have the simultaneous translations. So we are the seventh panel of this conference, and together we will see how we can empower teachers in order to contribute to more inclusive schools. We have speakers from Switzerland. I have Judith Hollenwege from Zurich University, teachers department, and from a very dear to me center, the IPE, which is a Center for International Projects in Education. Then we have our colleagues and friends, because Snezhana is a friend working for the Ministry of Education in Serbia. So we will have Snezhana Vukovic together with Tanja Rankovic from UNICEF Serbia. We will go then to Mr. Karalis, not our athlete, not Manolis Karalis, but Thanasis Karalis, distinguished in another field from the University of Patras, together with George. George, I don't even have to say your second name because everybody knows you. Then we will go with Eleni Hadjouli and Sofia Papageorgiou from the Institute of Educational Policy. And we will move to Nektaria Sikara and Irini Pathiaki to close this panel's presentation before we ask the questions and we have a discussion with the audience. So, without further ado, the floor is yours, Judith.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here and to contribute to this most important event. I will not talk so much about teachers, because I think we heard a lot about what teachers are supposed to do, what kind of provision we want, how... Sorry. Yeah. What should be there, how much money, and I would like to draw your attention to the learner, because I believe that if teachers don't just think of the learning environment from their perspective, but they actually think of the ecosystem that is around the student, and how they can use the student's experience to improve learning, I think that will make all the difference. Like in most countries, I believe that in Greece, you also have a curriculum that's focusing on the competencies of students. So in our competency-based curriculums, we already have a student-centered view. But teachers still focus on teaching material, on how they're organizing their desks, on which exams they want, which textbooks they look at, which assistive devices, and many times that leads to a fragmentation of learning for the children who are not already familiar with all these tools. So we're very much focusing, and we've heard it in the conference, on access, participation, and achievement. I prefer the term achievement over progress, because progress, again, is the teacher judging whether the student actually made progress or not. And very often that is not thought of from the student's perspective. So how do you think of the student without getting lost in all the competencies? I don't know how many competencies you have in your curriculum. We have so many that it's hard to keep track of. So you have to imagine what you're really looking at. And I would like to introduce you to the landscape model of learning, where you're thinking of the learning environment not through the eyes of the teacher, but through the eyes of the student, where you're looking at the ecosystem as something that the student actually creates in the environment. So a student, for example, on the autism spectrum, they may see details that you don't even pay attention to in your classroom, but they will not see your wonderful didactic arrangement because it doesn't mean anything to them given their specific perceptive abilities. Or you have a Roma child that only sees very different things in the learning environment than you would see. So in a way, it's very important to understand what is the position of the child, where do they come from, what do they bring to the learning experience. And then keeping within this landscape metaphor, you have the horizon. So you can look east or west or north or south. And for example, in Slovakia, where Tanya also had a big impact on the developments, many Ukrainian children, they actually look towards Ukraine. But the local teachers and authorities want them to look towards Slovakia and learn the Slovakian language. So in a way, you first have to understand that there may be some work involved also in changing their perspective, in looking at the different horizon. So into learning in the Slovak environment or in the Greek environment, and maybe not in an environment where, or towards a horizon that is not to be there for them in the future. And then the third part of this is really about the pathway. So what are the next steps? Which ways would you like to go? Would you like to go left first or right or straight forward? And I believe that looking at these three aspects will really make the learning experience much more relevant for the child. So in the Swiss curriculum, and this of course is a tool for the teachers, but it's also a tool for the parents and for the children themselves. We try to expand the curriculum. It's the first curriculum for all children, so it is applied even to children with most complex needs. And we have these three ways of expanding the curriculum into the experience that children bring with them, so into the ecosystem, to have and we call it contextualization, and you can read on the slides what is meant exactly by that. We have then the horizon, so the personal development of the child, where are they looking at? To expand the curriculum, to ensure that personalization is an important aspect of their learning. And then what probably most of you are familiar with is we refer to as elementarization. I know this is a horrible word in English, but it means really to start with the skills that the child already has, the abilities, and further develop them. So how can you do that? Going through the planning, the implementation, and then the reflection of learning from the student's perspective. We're using this particular model where you're not just asking who should learn what, but you're asking who should learn what, why. Why is this important? How does this contribute to the horizon towards which the child is aspiring. And we're also asking about where should it be learned, in which ecosystem, in which environment that really picks up on the experience that the child brings to the learning situation. And of course, we ask the question, what? And this should be meaningful skills that the child can relate to, abilities that work towards the goals. And then only in the very end do we ask the question of how. Unfortunately, teachers usually ask, how do I do that? And they don't ask the other questions. So maybe this model can help teachers to plan meaningful learning experiences. And then when you're enacting, whether you have an understanding of why you're doing something is so important. So usually in the individual educational plans, you have always the word, we want a child to be independent. And we usually show these two videos, one on the left, both are dressing and undressing, both are children with disabilities. On the left, the person constantly interferes with the child because she only sees the activity of getting dressed. She doesn't see the why of being independent, of making mistakes, learning from the mistakes, developing autonomy, develop directions. Whereas if we had time to look at the video on the right, you would see that she's constantly interacting with the child. So it's a social situation where the child does not only learn to dress and undress, but they also learn to make decisions. He also is given choices, and he starts to initiate the activities that lead towards more independence. And then once you're enacting, the next and last and most important step, of course, is the evaluation or the reflection. And many countries stumble over their national tests when it comes to inclusive education because they're not very inclusive, they're rather exclusive. So it's important for teachers to find alternative ways to help students along with their learning. So use assessment for learning and assessment as learning also. And again, here you can use the metaphor of this landscape by asking, where am I? So this is the ecosystem question, where am I actually in my learning? And here feedback is important. And then the next question is, where am I going? What is my horizon? What is my goal? And this is where you help develop meaningful goals, which are so important for motivation. And then the last question, once you know towards where you're going, is what is the next step? How do I actually, what do I do now to get there? And this is a way of thinking from the perspective of the learner as a teacher to help students become independent learner and to ensure, in a way, everything that's important for us about inclusive education, that children have meaningful experiences, that they actually acquire relevant skills and abilities, and that they achieve in the long time their personal development. So these are a few thoughts that I wanted to share with you to highlight this child-centered approach and how teachers can start to change their position and look at the learning environment from the perspective of the child, and then maybe discover other ways of interacting with children individually, but also as a group. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Judith, very, very much. I kept the landscape model, which is something new to us. And I also love the fact that you talked about progress instead of achievement. I think there is a shift there. And so we have to shift from how do we do it as teachers to why do we do it, because otherwise our horizon does not have a lot of sense and it's not meaningful. Talking about shift from how to why takes me to the second presentation about shifting mindsets, because there is a common topic here about it, and how do we move from competencies to mindsets. And I know that I changed the row because I think it makes a better bridge to you to talk about mindsets and how do we change them. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Thank you, Gelly. Και θα μιλήσουμε ελληνικά, αποφασίσαμε τελικά.
We decided to speak in Greek. So, we are going to talk to you about a program of vocational training. You can see the picture here with the background of this program. And the main issue here is not that the teachers, the educationalists do not have competencies, training, skills. Most of them do have postgraduate degrees in the specific sector that we're talking about. But as you can see here, there are two students that describe their experience in the public school, disappointing, difficult, and you see another student that describes an excellent experience and the fact that there is love with learning due to the teacher. And this is extremely important. There was a synergic model under the supervision of the Institute of Educational Policy, IEP, and the Ministry of Education. Documentation, data analysis were important pillars at the end of each cycle, at the beginning of the other, the next, and it was based on the cooperation of different associations, entities, agencies, as you can see here, universities, academic institutions, etc. Here you can see the results, the outcomes of the program. I'm not going to read them. You can see them. You can see the figures. It is a first critical mass of teachers trained by this program, 1 year lasting program, 400 hours, more than 200 experts supporting this program, trainers and mentors. And on the right-hand side, you can see the architecture of the program, the one that supports the experiential learning and the asynchronous learning. You can see the participants, the 3 universities, Thessaloniki, Thessaly, and Athens, UNICEF, the University of Patras. Thanasis is from the University of Patras that performed the 7 assessments of this program. There was a serious of progress. We started very small, 35 hours, and went up to 400 hours. In the beginning, it was something that was focusing on teaching Greek as a second language, and it developed to being inclusive education, etc. The audience was changed. In the beginning, it was only reception classes teachers, and now there are mainstream classes teachers. The accreditation, of course, it is of value, but it is not something of interest for you. In the beginning, it was a certification of attendance, but there is now a system of accreditation. It was evidence-based with the analysis of the needs. There is an intermediate and final assessment. And we do that because in this way, in these 6 circles, we can make improvements. It was based on interdisciplinary approaches and the links between the school's realities and the interventions. And this is very important because the solutions must be able to be implemented in the class. So even when we talk about distance learning, and you can see that in this Zoom session, bottom down, bottom right of this picture. And the last thing, when we talked about this program 400 hours, we really meant 400 hours, and the Greek participants here can understand what I mean, because many times the hours said are not the hours practically used. Then we went to needs of a teacher of the schools that wanted to include all the students in this program. It started, I repeat again, from refugees, the needs of refugees, but now the needs are quite different. We were very glad to see that this program was declared as a good practice of 2022. And before I give the floor to Thanasis, just look here. The thoughts of 2 teachers, the sayings of 2 teachers, and how they were influenced by this program. We have a series, of course, of challenges. I'm not going to talk about them now. If you want, we can talk about them later on. There are many things that are related to the future and the current situation. The initial training of the teachers, that's the point of beginning before we go up to the idea of the vocational training, specifically focusing on students. Hello, good evening, Mrs. Aroni. I'm not going to take up much of your time. I come from the Laboratory of Pedagogical Research and Lifelong Education, University of Patras. As you heard before, Mr. Simopoulos, we were assigned the assessment of the program. I'm sorry that I'm going to speak so quickly, but I'm going to give you some information about this program. The graphs that we're going to see come from the last assessment of the last phase, but whatever we're going to see here stand true for the previous assessments, 7 in total, because we had a pilot as well included. The ones that we're going to see here derive from 2 questionnaires and 2 focus groups of trainees. Now, very quickly, because perhaps demographic elements are not important for you, apart from the fact that women comprise approximately 80%, men approximately 20%. This is something that we see in Greece, as we can see here as well, on this floor, something that we see not only in Greece but internationally as well. In continuing education programs, women participate at a percentage of 70-75%. We are not going to explain that now, but in this way, perhaps they try to overcome some negative conditions that exist for their progress. Here, as you can see as well, Master and PhD, we have 7 out of 10, a very important percentage. And we start by presenting some diagrams. You can see them here. I'm going to read them. And this is something that stands for all diagrams. When you see the blue color, it means a linker type scale 1-5, the upper points. This means positive ideas. Blue, positive. Red, a little. And the mean is the yellow line. Here you see the program modules, the methodology of the teaching of Greek as a second language, the second teaching non-language courses, differentiated teaching the third, and you can see the various modules. Perhaps it is not so important now. Here there is a question that we raise in relation to how ready the trainees feel in relation to the daily practice, school practice, the difficulties before and after attending the program, and we see that there is improvement of 1 point, which is quite important for a 6-month program. Satisfaction from the participation in the program. You can read the various things, organization, duration, etc. And again, the percentages ranging from 65 to 88.5 positive appraisals. Here, specific elements of the program relating to the information, organization, etc. And we see again, we have a very high percentage, very high percentages in positive opinions. The 2 points of linker. And here, the $1 million question, would you recommend the program to someone else? If we add rather yes and definitely yes, we reach a very high percentage, and definitely yes is 3 out of 4. Very, very positive opinions. This is not just a simple design. This is an open question that we put forward. Give us your opinion about the program, and we have these words sticking out, and these are some lessons learned from the assessment. You can see them for half a point because I don't have much more time. Just to say 2 things. One is that nowadays we are preparing a study on the impact of the program. We are going to visit all the teachers that have followed this program, have attended this program, whether they have been helped by it. And 2 questions to myself, because I really believe that these questions would have been raised by the audience. The first question is, you are the assessment team and you say that the program is perfect in the first year. The second year is perfect. What do you do? And the third year, you're going to say that it is perfect. This is not a good practice for an assessment team. When you see that there are problems in the program, you're going to give the input in the implementation team. But what happens if everything goes smoothly? First of all, you see the tools. We had semi-structured interviews to make sure that the questions were really questions and not guided questions, guiding the respondents towards the answers we wanted. And after the third year, we strengthened the focus groups. We had more focus groups in order to see what exactly this program, the good aspects of the program. And the second question, and what is your opinion about why this program was so good, the team? I believe that this program was extremely good because it presents something that we see in our country to exist in macro scale programs. When we started the assessment of adult training, there are two conditions for a program to be very good: when we have expertise with passion. And I really believe that this program includes these two elements. And I believe that there is a very high level staff participating in this program, but it's not only the expertise, it is also the passion for the beneficiaries. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank you very much, and you said something that characterizes all of us in this room that work for inclusive education, the passion for the beneficiaries who are different, the passion for beneficiaries who live in vulnerable conditions. I think characterized all the speakers from yesterday and today, and most of the people who are attending for the second day. I will mention that you opened the focus. The first slide you said that gradually we opened the focus in order to include the inclusive education and differentiated education, and the Zoom that you talked about, the internet connections, because we are talking about the training through Zoom. Therefore, you have the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. The rest of the team from the Institute of Educational Policy, thank you very much. And we would like to thank the organizers, both as participants and as an audience. We talked about inclusiveness. We analyzed the term, but I would like to have an experiment with you. I would like you to imagine all of us, that coming into this conference hall, they give to all of us a pair of yellow leather shoes of size 38, and then they call us to do all the sports you can imagine, play basketball, jump. Why? Why? In order to understand how our students feel. Imagine what a terrible experience we would have if that happened. This is the experiment. Now, as regards inclusiveness, another point. We talk about including all children. I want to underline this, because we talk about children with immigration background, disabled children, Roma children, refugee children. I would say children that they have nutrition problems, family problems, sleep problems, problems with families, long hair, short hair, high, tall, short. What happens with them? Do they remain typical, standardized children? No. Now, differentiated approach. This differentiated approach, I underline the word approach, it is not a total number of techniques, it is an ideology, a philosophy which is the vehicle of inclusive education that leads to get to the final point. And when will we arrive in inclusive education? When we will have nothing to say about it. Now, the Institute undertook a project on the differentiated approach for educators of all grades. Training on practical support of students in the framework of differentiated teaching. The funding was from the European Union. We had 3 stages. It has been concluded from September 23. In the first one, we had the group which trained the first people, the first 20 people. In the second phase, more people were trained who were the trainers of the teachers, and in the third phase we trained 18,000 educators. The second phase, 595. The third phase was concluded in 2 parts, C1 and C2. Now, the classes were 25 per classroom, quite a big number, but that was made with breakout rooms, and there were 3 classrooms of 25 for people that needed sign language. In C1 phase stage, the number of classes is this, most of them in the region of Attica, because of the population of the region of Attica. In C2, we had more teachers that did not have the opportunity to do in C1 phase. So it was the training of educators starting from kindergarten in order to support all students in the framework of differentiated teaching. That is, the purpose was to gain training on what is differentiated and to be able to develop their own techniques. We gave them tools, scenarios, but the question was for them to create them themselves. Focus points. The knowledge of the model of the differentiated teaching, the philosophy, I will say again, the training of teachers in the original assessment of the needs of the students, in the differentiated and the final, because we cannot have differentiated teaching without assessment, and their training in practical skills of implementation. Now, the side targets. to develop the human resources in combination with the new curriculums that include the differentiated teaching at all levels, to be able to create teaching practices so that they will respond to the readiness of the students, to the interests of the students, and the learning style of the students. Now, the expected results. The teachers were informed from contemporary material. They got to know the pedagogical and teaching methodologies, and they were familiarized with the shaping up of the teaching scenario, which was a very critical tool from the feedback we had during the training of teachers. The methodology of the third phase, the training was from distance, 14 hours, 3 hours and 1 2-hour meeting through Teams and using the platform Moodle. The good thing was that we had a learning community. There was a forum where they could communicate among them and exchange practices. Now, the structure of the material. In the first thematic unit, we talked about the theoretical part and the introduction. In the second, we talked about the differentiation of the social environment of learning. In the third, the differentiation for students with special educational needs, differentiation for Roma students, and differentiation for refugees and immigrants, and all the others that I mentioned earlier on and the ones that I haven't mentioned. What did it? It contained exercises and connectors where they could visit and links where they could visit for extra material, book, printed material, differentiation scenarios and priorities. The material. In the theoretical, we had the methodology, the tools, packages with articles, websites in order to study, protocols of assessment, standards, planning standards, guides for guidance, and library of scenarios. Now, the accreditation, we needed to have a presence of 80% minimum, to have studied the material before every meeting, successful conclusion of questions of quiz of questions, assessment and questionnaire. On the developmental axis, I don't have to say anything more. The sectors of the theoretical material, terminology issues, which, yes, in practice are not interesting, but they are interested in order to move forward. Analysis of the model, the role of assessment, the planning, the learning environment, the coordination and management of the classroom, which is a huge issue of how are we going to manage our classroom on the field, and analysis of the basic components of the differentiated teaching, the practices and collaboration. We put emphasis on the presentation of strategic and supportive practices, and also to the exploitation for critical process of the knowledge, self-assessment and self-regulation learning. The differentiated teaching is autonomy. To stop talking about this. then we'll be okay. In order to finish, in the website of the Institute, we have the differentiated guides and the accessible material. There is the guide for difference for gymnasium, for kindergarten, lyceum, primary school, secondary education. There are the basic directions and some scenarios. Here on the website, in the accessible, we have differentiated directives for various categories of children who are, they have hearing problems, blind, or they have learning difficulties. And then the guides for the differentiated teaching for Roma children, immigrant children, refugee children. Thank you very much.
Our colleagues from Serbia will follow, taking from the last three presentations that despite the tools and the materials we were talking about, inclusive education is a mindset. So I don't know if it is so much about how many guides, how many teachers and students manuals we have created, but there is a shift to the mindset of the teachers in order to start using them. And like I just heard, differentiated learning is a philosophy. So this makes a shift from this competence-based discussions that we have, and we are more than willing to listen how you do it in Serbia.
Kalispera se όλους.
Hello everyone, thank you for the invitation, for giving us the opportunity to share with you what we are doing in Serbia.
And now when we start with the situation in Serbia and setting the stage in our country, I understand that key education indicators in our country are very similar to any country maybe in this region and maybe in the world, in terms that children from vulnerable groups has still barriers in accessing quality education, that teachers are still preparing, and there is still a competence gap among teachers for quality inclusive education, that still there is inadequate initial teacher training that prepares teachers to work in inclusive classrooms, and that still there is a lot in front of us to work on governance and financing and connecting different governance systems to work together so to enable inclusive education. And in Serbia, our vision, it's very similar to the vision of inclusive education that you have presented in Greece and in Switzerland. And we are seeing inclusion as a process of addressing and responding to the diversity of needs of all children, of youth and adults, through increasing participation in learning and reducing and eliminating exclusion within and from education. And our journey started at some point before 2009. Before 2009 in our country, we had basically two-track systems. One special education system that was actually education system for Roma and for children with mild disabilities, while children with the severe disabilities were not educated at all, and they were actually they were residing in the social welfare institutions, and they were predominantly categorized. If they went in education in schools, they went in special schools. And children with severe disabilities were largely placed in social welfare institutions. Even then, we had a lot of schools with good inclusive practice that actually had a crucial role in introducing inclusive education after 2009. Turning point was 2009 in our country, where we introduced inclusive education through the Education Act, where we actually introduced inclusion for all children that they need additional support, which are children with disabilities, students with learning difficulties, and students with disadvantages. In that time, we started a big capacity building campaign of teachers that lasted for a few years, and we were trying to reach every school and to establish school-based mechanisms that they were important for inclusive education, which are school inclusive teams. We actually introduced also at that time individual education plans, but also we established mechanisms at the municipal level that they were interconnecting education system, social welfare system, and health system, that they needed to work together in order to assess what is the relevant additional support for children that comes from three systems, and actually to provide this kind of support so that children who are coming in the education system can be supported with the relevant support and from social welfare and from health if needed, and also to have a teacher who will have relevant competencies to provide quality inclusive education. So at that time, our country started an organized and systemic capacity building program for teachers in schools. It was, of course, led by the Ministry of Education, and it was a huge undertaking. And we actually, in some way, every school in the country was tackled and was involved in this capacity building program. In 2017, we are calling it like a second wave of reforms. We started to work on establishment of some new structures in the education system with some, and we introduced new forms of support to students and teachers. So we started with the establishment of resource centers for providing assistance to regular schools in municipalities and different regions. For now, we have 10 of them. We have also mobilized the state organized mentoring of schools. These are teachers who are these are the best teachers from the system who are actually providing peer support and additional support to other teachers in schools. We have mobilized communities of practice on inclusive education, on different aspects of inclusive education. I will not, these are the same topics that colleagues from Institute for Education Policy mentioned, and the Yorgos and University of Thessaly are working on in Greece. Also, we started to do a regular monitoring of the implementation of inclusive education, and we started actually to implement different capacity building programs for schools with the same aim to increase competencies of teachers for inclusive education. On inclusive education support model in Serbia, you can see that this is a three-level model that starts with these two first levels are prevention measures and additional support measures that are happening in school. And they are not only for all children in terms of prevention and support measures, but also can involve other sectors in terms of social welfare on health system. And we have still a small number of special schools that they are providing support for children with severe disabilities. But as I said, we are trying to transform special education and in the form of resource centers who are supporting teachers in regular schools to work with children that they need additional support. As I said, the capacity building needs in Serbia are not only, we assess that they are not only needed for the education system, but also for the municipalities and in terms of the governance structure who are working with teachers, who are providing funding for teachers, teacher capacity building programs, and also at the school level. And as Geli said, social and behavior change is one of the topics that goes through all these structures. And it is also important to say that there is a need to work multi-sectorally around early childhood interventions and other structures that are involved in the governance with the education system, that we cannot actually forget that inclusive education is not only a matter of education system. It is a collaboration of three systems that are resulting in the quality inclusion that we are seeing in the classroom and with peers. So I will give a word to Snežana, our head for inclusive education in the Ministry of Education.
Thank you. Thank you, Tanya. Tanya told you regarding we developed capacity for diversity, equality, and inclusion in education. It was very hard work, but we have stakeholders. We have Ministry of Education, have intensively a cooperation with UNICEF and other institute or international organization. And first, we strengthened capacity of typical school for quality inclusion and provision of relevant support in inclusive environment. And we supported the transformation of a special school to provide relevant support to regular school, typical schools, and increase capacities to support children with complex needs. And introduce new structures in education system, resource centers, with assistive technology, model school, and mentors for horizontal exchange between our schools. And also we strengthened the capacity social and health system on the local level. For example, intersectoral commission with relevance and quality for additional support of children. Priorities areas for capacity building. We have full education on 9 languages in Serbia, on Serbian language, and 8 languages of national minority. It is very inclusive and multicultural education, and we are preparing to translate of didactic material for refugee students, and differentiation and is very important in our system. For 19,000 individual education plan, we have a curriculum. Assistive technology is new in our system. It is part of our resource center. Democratization, the implementation reference framework for CDC, Competency for Democratic Culture, with Greece, with other country in Council of Europe. And school ethos and violence prevention are very important. Programs of prevention, there are of national level and school level also. And I think that is dropout prevention is also very important. For example, we have a training package with action plan for schools. We have reduced the dropout of Roma girls for 12%. Model based on the following key factors aimed to inspire teachers to change their classroom practices: peer learning and social and behavior change in capacity building, community of practice, opportunity for teachers to share their learning and reflection, and finally problem solving and practical support. Practical trainings connected to the reality of classroom activities. And achievement. All schools have many accredited training program in catalog of Institute for Improvement of Education and of catalog of Ministry of Education. We have network of 200 schools, inclusive education champion with 2 modules. We can see on pictures on slide. We have many achievements, many results. Maybe Resource Center is a new result because special schools receive approvals of the Ministry of Education for support to typical schools. And we have 150 trainers and mentors from our schools and from university in our system. Next steps, closing competency gap of teachers, transformation of initial teachers training on university education, continual capacity building, facilitating vibrant communities of practice, improve the recruitment, retention, and strengthening inclusive education, supporting coherent approach at school level, improvement process to consolidate inclusive education reform agenda, inclusion, curriculum, democratization, dropout, prevention, etc. Improve the governance of inclusive education, better synergy and accountability mechanism between the different levels of education system, improve the management of resources for inclusive education, and building and maintaining coherence between education and health and social welfare sector on the path to inclusive society. It is, I think that we have many activity for next step in Serbia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Snezhana and Tanya. You stressed something that I think Galina mentioned before. Many times when we sit and we discuss the Ministry of Migration with Ministry of Education about inclusive education of refugee students, we counted 12 different ministries that are competent for inclusive education. So it's not just a matter of education, but you also brought the health factor as well as the social welfare, which is very good to be reminded of, because it's not just the education sector that is responsible for inclusivity of students. I also would like to keep what you said about the teachers and the peer support in the form of mentors, because I feel very happy that we do have a teacher now, because we keep talking about teachers, and I know, Nectaria, what we do for you and how many tools they're there for you, so it's very nice to hear the perspective of a teacher who is active in a school, but also a mentor. So I think it's the perfect ending of the presentations, and I give the floor to you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Το έχω ανοίξει. Ευχαριστώ, ακούγομαι.
Thank you. So, our school is at Elliniko. It was founded in 1955 for the children of families from America, Canada, and now it has students from all over the world. It has about 20 different languages, so we don't use one common language. We have the same curriculum as the rest of the country, but our students, so from one hand we have students who are regular members of the school, and some other students who are outside the school environment for reasons that are mostly related to their conditions of everyday life. A common characteristic is that all of our students live in difficult and uncertain conditions. They don't know how long they're going to live in Greece. So this means that their mind is not really focused on today, and this is a big challenge for us. So we think that we need to have empathy to create an action plan that will inspire students to participate in the process of learning, not in a strict framework. And based on that, we decided to work with the University of Macedonia. So our collaboration with this school is based on the values of inclusive education driven by the University of Thessalia. This is the third continuous school year of our collaboration with this school. At the first phase, through meetings with the association at the school, we managed to record the particularities of the student population of the school and the needs of the school. Then, on a voluntary basis, we created an educational team to define the targets based on the needs of the school and design the interventions that are essential in order to achieve these objectives. As part of this holistic approach that our program has, we do not intend to implement individual one-off actions. What we are trying to do is integrate and disseminate a culture of inclusion for daily practices that are going to become an integral part of the school. So in the third year of our collaboration at this school, we find out that there were a lot of improvements made. So we have a double number of teachers that are involved in our initiatives in a more active way. Based on the needs of this school, as we assess them, throughout these 3 years, our actions focus on the following sectors. To make the most out of the multilingual culture of the school, of mother languages and other languages, to nurture a culture of collaboration, to promote the social and emotional dimension of learning, and enhance the social and emotional capacities, encourage the character, that is the character of learning, which is based on participation, enhance an interdisciplinary approach, simplify and adapt the objectives and the content of the learning progress, and of course open up the school toward society. Now we will move on to presenting some of the actions that we have implemented at the schools. What you see here was a picture from our actions that were based on creating reception teams for receiving the new children that back then they will arriving from Ukraine and other countries. So what we did is that we introduced games, mobilization games, in order for the children to be introduced to each other. Also, we have created a mediators training group. It started last year. They were meeting about 2 or 3 times per week for several months. And we selected children who had some behavioral issues. They were slightly violent. So we really helped them to mitigate their behavior. Another initiative had this title, The School That We Want. So through organized consulting across different areas, we managed to disseminate across the school decision-making values, and what we managed to do is we encourage them to express what their vision is, and after this investigation we categorized what they wanted, what their dreams are. This is the categorization of their ideas and their visions. Some of the groups working on that. On top of these actions, we are also interested in opening up the school toward the society and the local community by organizing common activities, meeting games. These are the meetings of the children. Another action took place in the winter. It had to do with creating videos, a short film created by primary school children. Through this collaborative initiative, they directed the film, they organized interviews, and the result was a 10-minute film. You can see it actually at the room where the posters are, and in this film they shared their dreams for the school and the educational system in these very uncertain times. Other initiatives, music-based initiatives for bonding the team together and promoting multilingualism. We support teachers and the interdisciplinary collaboration between different areas. For example, here mathematics and visual arts have worked together to teach mathematical patterns. And now the final question: how is the school benefited from these initiatives? The school is a point of reference it's these initiatives do not provide a strict framework of obligations. It really provides a framework, an inspiring framework of initiatives that are fed from the teachers. It tries to understand and comprehend the different needs, the problems, the challenges. So this is a collaboration that aims to empower. It comes to enhance our initiatives with the necessary tools in order to eliminate all the barriers, to mobilize us, to encourage us when we are close to giving up. It's a factor that helps improving the school environment and establish a society where relationship between schools and children are well, and an effort to assess the situation from the perspective of a mentor. Programs like this give the necessary time, offer the necessary time and space for dialogue and collaboration, while also bringing society from outside into the school. At the center of the attention is the relationships between all of these different stakeholders. So it's about an holistic approach that requires changes in practices and attitudes, and this takes time and continuous effort. We need to ensure that these initiatives like this are continued toward this direction. Thank you.
Τέλεια. Και ο χρόνος...
Perfect. We are on time.
Perfect. And listening to the school we want, I thought about the horizon that Judith, we ended the same way we started, because dreaming about the goals that are meaningful and dreaming about the school we want is the horizon of the landscape model. Now we need to find the pathway to get there. Ανοιχτό λοιπόν στο κοινό το τραπέζι για ερωτήσεις. Αν θέλετε να μείνουμε σε ερωτήσεις, να μην κάνουμε τοποθετήσεις για να είναι όσο το δυνατόν πιο ουσιαστικός ο διάλογος, αφού έχουμε, thank you George, αφού έχουμε τη δυνατότητα. Οπότε έχετε το μικρόφωνο. Αν θέλετε να μας λέτε και το όνομα και σε ποιον απευθύνεται το ερώτημα.
You have the microphone and you can give us your name and the question.
I'm from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and please allow me to have 2 minutes to reflect based on the presentation of the Teach for Integration program, because I'm a part of the Teach for Integration from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and we did a small research among us before coming here, just to share some reflections and proposals for the future of the program. So please.
We should have the 2 minutes here, so she can see the clock and I don't have the role of stopping. So 2 minutes starts from now.
Yes, okay. So the first thing we want to share with you is that we are an interdisciplinary group of scientists, teachers, and counselors. And we want to share with you, first of all, the challenges we faced while educating teachers. And some of these challenges have to do with the teachers' beliefs, for example, of understanding the classrooms as homogeneous. Some of the misbeliefs, misconceptions teachers hold about children might be confused while learning two languages, or that mistakes during language acquisition are an obstacle. Some stereotypes teachers hold regarding the countries of origin of the pupils, and also a feeling that there's not much to do. They don't have enough open margins to take initiatives and make change in the lives of the children. And we supported these teachers through theoretical, reflective research tools, a lot of case studies, sociodrama techniques, digital tools, and so on. And we saw that the effectiveness of these interventions were in two ways. The first one is that they bring teachers together, which they discuss, they share their thoughts, ideas, practices, and they learn from each other. This is also something that Thanasis Karalis said is a very positive thing to this program. We have teachers that move away from stereotypes, but also we see a lot of resistance to a main belief that children's cultural background can be an obstacle to their learning. But most of the teachers we see were empowered that within the restrictions they face in their everyday work, they can make a change to children's lives. So what we propose for the next program, and we're really happy to hear that there's going to be a questionnaire for the people who finished this in-service education program, inclusive and democratic schools for all children, and also to support further the interdisciplinary approach of the program, and of course to have a continuing process of education, since as already the two teachers said, just attending one course is not enough. And I have a question. I have a question for the Institute of Education policy people, and I will do it in Greek, okay? So I switch to Greek.
My question is the following. What is the perception of the Institute for Differentiated Teaching and Learning? Because by presenting us the content, we see that the education is differentiated for Roma children, refugees, immigrant children. My question therefore is adaptation to the educational means that for the teachers I do different education for the different children. That means that the classes are not homogeneous, and perhaps the way that you organize the material to create discrimination, given the size of shoes to all the students. If we have 10 students, 35 size and 30 size, 36, we will say that there is one size of 36 for the Roma children and 36 for another, for a different background. And perhaps does this perhaps create discrimination? And I would like a sincere answer, because that's the way I perceived it from the presentation. Thank you very much. It's very good, the question. Only sincere I can be. The material seems to be differentiated. However, the fact, however, that we do not have to separate the needs or the interests of the children does not mean that there are no differences among us. What I want to say, a child that is deaf or has vision problems, in practice they need a different educational material. The differentiation among them is for that, not to differentiate them, but one learns through vision and the other through sound. That does not mean that we separate or we differentiate them. The material is differentiated. I was not there, but I guess in order to facilitate the teacher who has children with difficulties of vision and hearing problems, he must have the material for these categories of students. That is why, and not in order to discriminate. The way that you see it, it seems to be differentiating. It seems to be, but it's not. Thank you very much. Before we go forward,
I come to also reply to something that touches upon your expertise. Please do so, even if the question is addressed. Yes, I knew you would have. This is, yes, exactly. This is why I would like to listen to your perspective also.
Thank you. I think that it was an excellent question, and I really believe, and I mean, there is no recipe for inclusive education. And basically, personalization of learning is something that we are all aiming for. At least this should be aim of the capacity building programs, that we adjust our learning to the needs of every learner. Doesn't matter if it is Roma, doesn't matter is it child that needs additional needs in terms of disability or refugees or coming from a different cultural background of other countries. But I really believe that how strong and competent teachers we will build through initial education and through very good programs of professional development of teachers, this is the measure of the quality of the learning in the classroom. And this is a not-to-one professional development program. This is the reform of initial education of teachers, because this is how they're coming ready in the classroom. I remember my first day in the classroom when I was a student of the last year of the university. You know, it's not easy. You need a lot to be prepared, and you need a lot to learn from your experience, from experience of your colleagues. And I think that evidence-based programs for professional development of teachers that we all mention, which are actually hybrid learning, communities of practice, mentoring, hands-on, so all this together are very good programs, and I'm sure that teachers are learning from different cases. But basically, reforming initial education of teachers, reforming university of education, and preparing students for the classrooms of 21st century, which are all multicultural, all diverse. This is something that this should be our target for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. I know that Judith would also like to contribute.
Yeah, maybe just to go back to what I said, I think the question of materials should be the last question that you're asking and not the first one. So I think first you should be concerned with why should I learn something or what would I like to achieve? And then maybe how or where, in which context would I like to do that? And that's where we end up often with peer learning, which you nicely pointed out. I like to learn from my peers. And only then can you actually address the question and what material is suitable for that specific context and for the goal that we want to achieve. And otherwise, I think that was also what your question was pointing at. Materials can become barriers, and they can become, discriminating factors by, so many things. And we won't go into that, gender bias, cultural bias, and so on and so forth. So you can avoid that by starting to think the other way around.
Thank you, Judith.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Can you hear me? Dr. Lilian Doyamo from Cambridge University Press and Assessment, and on the discussion that you've just had, for me, it's the difference between the terms equality, where you give everyone the same thing, and equity, where you give someone what they need. So coming to my question, it's again for the ladies from IEP, Mrs. Hadzouli and Mrs. Papageorgiou. I very enthusiastically heard your talk, and frankly, I'm really excited. And my question is, when is differentiated learning and teaching going to be implemented in the Greek schools? When can we start seeing that? You've done a marvelous job training thousands of teachers. When can we see the next steps? Μπορώ να το ρωτήσω και στα ελληνικά την ερώτηση. Αυτό που λέω είναι ότι παρακολουθήσαμε πάρα πολύ.
What I am saying is that it was very interesting, your presentation. You had trained thousands of educators, and my question is, when are the next steps? How soon can we see the differentiated teaching in the Greek schools? Thank you very much. First of all, I consider, I don't know if we have teachers here. I think that this is already happening. The truth is that I do not have any data available in order to tell you how, in what degree does it take place. It happens, and it happened in the past as well. But we marginalized it. We gave it a name, a context. That does not mean that in the Greek system we did not have differentiated teaching. Of course, it took place with a lot of love and passion. I'm saying that with a great honor. 27 years in schools. I have seen it happening. Of course, this does not mean that we don't need any improvement. As regards the specific question, in future programs we are going to expand it, and we will see the assessment to see how the program how the program worked. I do not have any data to tell you the truth, so I cannot say no, but we hope that we are going to have fruitful results, and this will be extended to all schools. I think we will be able to change the philosophy, but it is very early in the framework of philosophy. In practice, it is happening. I believe it. Yorgos? I do not disagree with the colleagues from the Institute, but I would like to take you back to the words of these students that they gave us the base for the teach integration. Although we have a teacher that could differentiate, there were two other teachers, I'm not talking numerically, two other teachers started with the accession that this is not my job. Go and learn Greek first and then come to history lesson. Go to learn Greek and then come to the mathematics class. Otherwise, go outside in the yard and play basketball. So if we shift from an accession that the learning results are the absolute target, therefore the content of learning and academic skills are the focal point for our system. If we accept that the welfare of children and their development are the primary targets, I don't think that any effort of differentiation will be able to go forward. But it will go to a certain point. The sensitized educators implement it up to a point, but then it will stop. Let me remind you what Hardik said yesterday. What is necessary for a child to learn Greek, said safety. I think training and all this part that we are talking about is the necessary condition, but not sufficient in order to have inclusive schools. My name is Philippatu from the Kapodistrian University, and I would like to say that we have made many steps forwards in recent years in a logic to be inclusive and as regards the comprehension of differentiated learning and what does it mean. And you said very well the 5 axes of the differentiated teaching. Obviously, every teacher entering a classroom with students with different needs show that the only thing that he could do in order to be able to participate more students is to differentiate the material. But I would like to stay in what you said in the beginning, in the theoretical framework, where in essence it is not the differentiation of activities if I see that my student cannot participate, but it is the mindset that we said in the philosophy and the prior planning of teaching so that everybody can participate in the process. I think this is the key, of the issue, and the teachers that they try to prepare the material in the institute seem to have made a shift that it is something that we have to plan it previously, beforehand. And what I would like to see in the next years from the teachers that have had their training, they are in schools and they are trying to implement some of the things that they have learned. I would like to see what difficulties do they face right now and what is the support that they need from the state and from the institute in order to implement the in advance planning and to get into this logic, which is very important. And what Mrs. Avgitidou said, yes, although it seems contradictory in the material of the Institute that when we have material for a specific problem or disability, on the other hand, all the students that we have in our classroom and the disabled children, I think the thought behind it is that the teacher should know some principles on how he could differentiate his material and set up the lesson in such a way so that these students will participate. This in advance planning, I think, is very important. I think this mentality needs time in order to change, but I hope that gradually we will get into this train of thought, the planning of teaching, because the fact that we have very specific books has created problems in planning teaching, and we just go straight to the implementation. But now we want to get into a logic of planning and designing the lesson and not just implementation based on the books that the teachers use. I think we are on the right track, but I really want to see what the colleagues need in order to implement it on the proper and the right base. I talked about the difficulties. I don't know whether we are talking about the difficulties of the sensitized teachers who are the minority and they get this training, and it's their attitude and mentality that leads them to the differentiated, or we are talking about the difficulties of the schools to urge the majority of the teachers that they consider that the problem is not it's their own problem, because we are talking about two different difficulties, and the two are preconditions for an inclusive school, because we put all the weight on the teachers that are included in the number, the 6,000, the 17,000. The teachers in schools are many, many more thousands. Therefore, let's see both parts, the difficulties of the people who get into this process of the 400 hours training and the difficulties of a school that wants to become inclusive, and the majority of the teachers consider that the differentiated teaching and the different students are not my problems. I would like to add another dimension which has not been presented in this discussion. Such actions of professional development, let us not forget that they aim to the empowerment of the professional identity of teachers. And when I talk about professional identity, I mean the way that they define themselves and the others in the framework of their professional role. The degree of availability to experiment and to implement innovative ways of teaching. We are talking about complex processes, both on an individual and collective level, that they need cognitive involvement. And let us not forget that teachers are not pathetic receptors that are based on a linear implementation of their knowledge, but they are agents of change. Yorgos wants to... One thing. In one slide of Mr. Karalis, there was the demographics of the people who followed the teacher integration program. And I don't know whether you were concerned, we are concerned, to see that there is a big percentage of people with PhDs or master degrees. Therefore, we implement programs that are addressed to the already sensitized teachers, or the ones that they have have shown a first level of interest for such programs. Now, how do we go from here to involve the other teachers? I think this is the biggest challenge. We are doing things towards this direction. The program that Nectaria and Irini presented is an effort in another level to involve gradually, to create a group of multipliers, to involve the whole community of the school into a practical community. Needs time, but a conscientious orientation. And if we are talking about professional identity of the teacher and professionalism of the teacher, we must support and empower the profession of the teacher. A teacher which has burned out will not choose to be trained. He will be the one that will sit in the back waiting ready solutions in order to make his life easier in school. I am a teacher coordinator for refugees, and as a teacher I feel a gap, because we listen here that the majority are not sensitized, of teachers are not sensitized in inclusiveness. And which inclusiveness I would like to wonder in schools that even our children do not like them. They are not attractive. What kind of inclusiveness when we have special schools, intercultural schools? We do not have a single school. And with which tools will the teachers be able to do all these things that they are asked to be done? With the locals, with vulnerable children, all the different children, as it was said earlier on. But indeed, the teachers are not few. The majority is sensitized. I would like to follow Christina's thought To start with, Yorgo, every year that we have 1,500 applications and the list closes, this shows a huge interest in the whole of the educational community. My personal experience, this 1.5 years that I am in this position, I have gone around all over Greece and with representatives of UNICEF in order to empower and a small training, let's say, of the colleagues who do not have the ability and they do not have access. I cannot describe how much interest there is from the field, from the head schools, from teachers. My experience in Preveza 15 days ago, they stayed 15 teachers for 6 hours. In Veria, they did not let us go because we had to catch our plane. I don't want this leveling. I don't want this leveling. I have been working on the field for 28 years. Irrespective of having this position that I have today, I am a person that I was not alone. I was always with another colleague. Nobody has learned in the beginning to use the differentiated. I was forced because I wanted to survive and have my student happy. And we have thousands of students. There is a need. I participated in the school of differentiated teaching, and irrespective of my academic background, I had written what I took advantage in the classroom. Yes, this material was in the part of differentiated teaching with refugee profile. But if you open up the scenarios do not have anything to do with the students that do not speak Greek. It is a scenario that touches upon all the classroom, all the group, with all the approaches and the ability to help the child through these scenarios to learn Greek through other lessons. Therefore, I would like to very much, when there is a presentation of some things from the ministry or the institute, we always put an obstacle. We always support, we are based on the students, on the head of the schools. And without the whole group and the cooperation, you cannot do anything. Cooperation, we said yesterday, and not being on the other side of the river, but to be on the same side, on the same bank of the river. I think there is nobody that will disagree on this table, or anybody that will disagree that the leaps that we have made are tremendous, and we have experienced them, because the school that Nectaria mentioned is my school. That's where I started in 1998, and that was my first school. And of course, there is no comparison, but because I live in a sector that I try on a daily basis, together with the unaccompanied minors in schools, what I am saying, and I would like to put it forward here, that there is we have a lot of difficulties, and a lot of children feel invisible inside the classes, and we would like, in the number of people that are being trained, to have many more people. We didn't want to offend anybody. We do not want to downgrade the development that we have seen so far from 1998, at least when I started to work in school. It's what Judith said, that when we are going to stop to have the need of conferences for inclusive education, we will know that there is no need for inclusive education, and it will be exactly what do we need for support. We will not need something because the support will be taken for granted. We have 3 more minutes. Therefore, as regards the teacher, is a scientist. And as the level of education increases, have been specialized, and they have other activities, research activities, and so on and so forth. So without downgrading their role, only in the primary education, we need specializations of various kinds. Because they have to respond as teachers, but with other qualifications of pedagogical and others. Therefore, the educator is a scientist. All these years that has become in what is the teacher if he does not develop as a scientist together with the transfer of knowledge, which is part of pedagogical science, he will not be a scientist. In the differentiated teaching, my experience, it goes back to the 70s. There was no pedagogical school or postgraduate studies without talking about the need of inclusiveness, because differentiated and inclusiveness are different things. It is an effort if we can to include marginalized because of inequalities in reality, in real life, racism and differentiation of big categories of social classes. Therefore, in the school right now, the lady from Oxford says, how many teachers did you do? Yes, that's one side of the coin. But if we do not solve in Greece 3 or 4 basic institutional issues, for example, there is fragmentation of schools. There are issues if it's a different thing to include them and a different thing to differentiate them. Inclusiveness is not the same for everybody. Some of them are social inequalities, extreme social inequalities like refugees and their status. Therefore, we need to take into consideration 3 or 4 institutional issues that we can put them forward. If we have the personnel, if we have the material, if we have all the pedagogical courses, or for us as social scientists, it was an obligation, compulsory. Issues that have to do with the curriculum, that the material that we use in the primary and secondary education. For example, there is the bank of subjects. Therefore, the teacher is not free. Therefore, the teacher has been taken away from a lot of academic liberty, and with the bank of that has been created, that is very problematic. Therefore, let's put our weight on institutional issues and keep education back. And it is not only financial issues, it's a matter of mentality, attitude, stereotypes, racism, and different issues, and that we experience them in our society on a daily basis. I will close by saying that these inequalities and inclusiveness do not have to do with the education world, the social reality of groups of students and individuals that live in vulnerable conditions are out of the school community, and it is an issue that we have to address it holistically and not from the side of education. I would like to thank all of you and bon appetit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session. I would like to share with you that this will be a very interesting session, same as all the sessions that have preceded. And we would like to thank all of you again, those experts who came from abroad and placed lots of effort to come to this conference, and also those of you who have dedicated the time, the effort to come either from the capital or from outside the capital. This is very much appreciated. And this session now is about how to strengthen the inclusive education through creating a stronger culture of child rights in the society. And the session will deal with two main streams. The first one is how to do that, how to strengthen the culture of child rights through schools, with teachers, students, school management. And the second is how to strengthen the culture of child rights through the child rights centers established in partnership between UNICEF and academia. So we will come to the second part in a while, and I'm very glad to, and we are honored in this session to have with us Professor Sofia Agvitidou and Professor Athina Christopoulou and Professor Maria Gelastopoulou. And we will have also students with us that hopefully they will join us very soon. And then I will introduce the speakers of the second part of this session in due time. So with that, I would like to say that also at the end of this session, we will be having quite a significant, remarkable event, which is the signing of an MOU to cooperate in the area of child rights between the University of Patras of Greece and the University of Akaki Tsereteli State University of Georgia. So this will be a remarkable event because it will establish for a regional cooperation in the area of the partnership between UNICEF and academia and the roles that the child rights centers can play to strengthen, promote, and protect children's rights in the society. With that, I would like to request Professor Sofia Akvitidou to start with her presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for the organizing committee, the translators, the people who do the sign language. It has been an excellent conference, and we have already learned a lot. What I will try and do is combine these two sets of the session by saying that a few months ago, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki established a Center for the Rights of the Child, and Dr. Hassan Khalil, together with our rector, signed this agreement, and Professor Despina Papadopoulou was the mediator in this connection. So, starting from the main question of my speech, which is from academic research to teacher support and school intervention, the main hypothesis is that since child rights centers are established at the university, we have an assumption that academic research is really important to support children's rights. So one first question is, what kind of research do we need in order to support inclusion, children's rights, democratic schools? And we heard a lot about what kind of research information we need. We need to know what happens in schools, why there is a dropout. We need to know why teachers do what they do, what are the reasons for their practice, and we need to know how to support teachers in improving their work and children's lives. So we know that this is the kind of research knowledge we need. However, we also know that research evidence doesn't come easily to schools and teachers. So it needs to be transformed into methodologies, into educational materials, into supporting practices and collaboration among the university and the schools and the teachers. So what I'm going to share with you, and you can see a few logos there, is examples from programs that were run by the university and address the school community. And these programs came out from our concerns and observations at school and questions of how to support the Article 12 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Article 12 talks about children participating in decision-making, which means that we don't only need to listen to their voices, but we need to involve them in the design of practice, in the evaluation of practice, and so on. The second concern and observation is that since schools are very diverse, and they're very diverse not only in the sense of the pupils, but also in the sense of the teachers who are the staff members, how do we enhance a collaborative school culture? Because it is okay for teachers to learn different things, but it is very important to have an inclusive school policy. And how do you enhance schools to have this collaborative culture, and how do you enhance the knowledge and practice construction from the staff based on this collaboration? This is not taken for granted. And the third one is, we heard a lot about schools and teachers needing support. However, we need to educate the people who facilitate teacher support. We need to educate the people who will bring out the school as a community, professional learning community. So we need to learn more about that. So I will start with the first program, which is the Voice program, and I have some flyers for the people who are interested in that. I have already given quite some of them. This is a program funded by the Hellenic Foundation of Research and Innovation, and its aim was to enhance opportunities for children to participate in decision-making in education. We collaborated with 6 regional educational directorates in Greece, from Thrace to Crete, from South Aegean to West Greece. So it is all over the Greece, and we had the chance to educate more than 1,000 early childhood education teachers. And I want to say that although this addresses early childhood education teachers, it is very valuable for all the secondary as well. And what we did is to transform this research knowledge into educational materials for teachers and for parents. And I'm just going to show you a few things from our website. It is very important to have open resources for teachers. And you can see here our website. Most of the materials is translated into English, so that's why I'm showing it in the English version. Of course, it has a version which is in Greek. And you can see that we have developed materials for teachers and for parents to have a systemic approach, to have the continuation of children's experience in decision-making at home and at school. And you can see here, if you click for the teachers, that we have several axes, several themes, from children's play to teacher-directed activities, from dialogue to evaluation. And if you open one of these, you find a short description of what you will find in this section. And the innovation I want to share with you, and I think it's really important, not just to feed teachers with new knowledge, but enhance their active involvement in decision-making. And this active involvement means when they have the tools and the methodology to explore the educational context and to explore children's needs, proposals, wishes, and utilize this in your design. And you can see this, that we have prepared several research tools, and these research tools have been tried out in action research projects with existing teachers. So it's not just an academic idea, it's tools that we have practiced and collaborated with teachers in using them. So now we can go back to the slides, and so it's very important the role of academia, the role of the child rights centers in order to develop materials, methodologies, and processes to support schools. So that's the first idea. And the second program is called the Democratic School. It was a yearly workshop run by the Department of Education, the School of Philosophy and Education at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, where 25 secondary teachers were brought together to discuss about what does democratic school mean, and also to practice some designs. It is very important to say that we began by a continuous dialogue, doing mind maps, discussing, and this is really important, to practice in the teacher education program what you preach. So to practice dialogue, to practice collaboration, and to practice exchange of ideas and accepting each other's ideas. And I want to say that these people came together because they had a desire, they needed support to learn how to become more democratic as a school. And some reflective questions came out of that. And I want to share with you some of these reflective questions. How much do we know something for each one of our students, something that is important for learning about their biographies? How satisfied are we with the relationships we develop with our students? What are the opportunities, systematic opportunities we give them to express their opinions, their proposals, their feelings? And how much do we co-shape teaching? And based on these reflective questions, we organized a systematic exploration of students' opinions and proposals. And this is something important I want to share with you. Usually we ask about children's opinions. What do you like most in your school? Why? What you don't like? But we don't ask them about what they want to change and how they believe this change is going to happen. And we want to involve them in the whole process of the goal of the change and the orientation of the change, as well as the methods and ways of change, not just to say, okay, children said that, teachers say this, but then to involve them in a continuous dialogue and continuous negotiation of these solutions and these proposals in action. And some things that we use the framework for a democratic culture of the European Council to organize children's responses. And you can see some examples regarding the teaching and learning approach. And you see that children have many things to tell us about being fair, about not targeting the bad students, the students that have low grades, about enhancing a positive school climate so that teachers can ask their questions, make mistakes without being criticized, and also about the pressure of lessons, something that we heard yesterday as well. And they also have specific proposals that teachers and pupils as a community should come together and find solutions. We are not in the opposite side of our students. For example, when bullying happens, this is not something that the teachers have to confront and make decisions and find solutions. We come together to explore why this is happening and listen the perspectives of our pupils and bring them in connection. And also to plan together, because we are a community facing a problem. We are not just hierarchical people who tell children what they should do and what the rules should be and how to punish them better in order to solve a situation. So this is in a very different, you can see a very different perspective. But also, children had other things to say as well. How inclusive is a school when the room and the building is very old and the breaks are so little, and we cannot choose from some of the courses. We don't have any choice. You know, we want to say that, okay, 10 courses will be obligatory, but I can choose among some of them. I don't have any option. And when the rules are not negotiated with the children, and how inclusive is a school? Again, when we have students' councils at school, we have councils at school, but they don't usually ask the community of the pupils about their decisions. And also, when we have an educational system based on the subject matter rather than on learning. And so what we did, after this exploration, the teachers reflected and chose one of these from A to E, you can see themes to work on with their pupils. And they presented at the end of the workshop these actions and exchanged again opinions. And I want to say that this is not a funded program. This is a program offered by the university, free to the teachers, because we cannot expect funding to run programs with teachers. This is not the case anyway. But again, as I said, we need people that are facilitators of professional learning communities. What does that mean? When staff comes together, we are not very sure that when they exchange ideas, they will reflect and they will learn something new. We are not certain that they're going to collaborate effectively. So you need a facilitator to assist in the reflection, to use theoretical and research tools in order to enhance this criticality on their current practice, and also in the design of new practices. So LIFAP is an Erasmus Plus program that we have recently received, and Weingarten University of Education Germany is the coordinator, and also universities from Austria, Spain, Cyprus, Thessaloniki and Norway participate together with two teacher education institutes in Spain. And what we are going to do is develop an online modular education, how to become an effective facilitator of professional learning communities. And we have a bar camp, which is hybrid, and you can all participate if you follow the LIFAP Facebook on the 9th of October. And I have 33 seconds to say that this is another program, ACTIN, that aims to support and reinforce the integration and inclusion of migrant children There are 5 European countries that participate in that together with NGOs. You can see them there. Aristotle University Thessaloniki is the coordinator. Despina Papadopoulou, Professor Despina Papadopoulou is the coordinator of this program. And also the aim is to extend this to the European society because we need inclusive societies in order to have inclusive schools. So just to finish, I want to say that my message to the group is that child rights centers have a lot to do, and it is a very good idea to establish them in academic institutions. And I would say that whoever is in this room, from whatever position they stand on, they should give opportunities to enhance. Can I have the last slide, please, back on? To enhance the dialogue with the students and to enhance children's voices, because children have important things to tell us. And also not just only hear the children, but build a community and consult with them what needs to be done. And this is not a technical process. It needs inquiry and reflection to be systematically put forward. And also, I would like to say that all this have 2 basic prerequisites. That we need a change of educational policy in the sense that it allows pedagogical teacher autonomy more. It does not limit schools in bureaucratic processes of evaluation. We need to put more emphasis on learning rather than on evaluation. And we need to put more emphasis on the children rather on the outcomes. Okay? And the second one is that we need to have supporting social policies. As soon as we have refugee children, for example, in closed camps, we need refugees in apartments. We need them in the inner city. We need them to feel free and to find a working place. And this is very much important to have inclusive schools. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I mean, very, very important points, how to also move from tokenism to real participation, active participation, meaningful participation. I would like to ask if there's any question you would like to have. We can take one question now at this point, or we proceed with the second speaker. Okay. So let us proceed, and there will be also time later for the discussions. So now we have Ms. Athina Christopoulou from the Department of Special Needs in the Ministry of Education, Religious Affairs and Sports. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Αξιότιμοι διοργανωτές, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be able to participate in this forum, in this panel that is related to the voice of the students. This is something that takes a precedent in the European reference texts, etc. But I'm very pleased because today we have with us the representatives from a school which in recent years has been a leader in inclusive practices. It has a historical value for us. It was one of the first schools set up in 2000 that applied inclusive courses for blind students. So I would like to ask Mrs. Kotula, the principal of the school, and Nectarius, Yuli, Maria and Yorgos, students of said school. Obviously, what we are waiting for is a time for them to speak up. We want to hear them. But in the meantime, me and Maria, a colleague of mine since 2008, will try very briefly to give you an idea about the institutional framework, and Maria is going to talk to us about the best practices, 6 to 7 minutes, and then the floor will be for the students to talk about anything they want. Now, the voice of the students is something very important. For example, the Convention for the Rights of Children that gives a context, that talks about space, safe space, it talks about voice, motivate students to speak up, audience, because these voices must have an audience, and of course the fact that their opinions must be taken into account. Through this convention, we can have a big range of possibilities to promote the voice of children with expression, consultation, participation, partnership, activism, etc. Now, we shouldn't forget to mention extensive studies that have taken place that they show that children and young people wish to be heard. And this is very important for all of us. They want to talk about the promotion of their rights and being protected against vulnerability, and a series of other things with the innovative solutions when we have with us the children in policy making. Of course, challenges are many. Mrs. Avietidou touched upon some very important issues. I'm going to give you a brief reference to the research findings from the UN Commission on the Children's Rights. For example, the fact that many times the adults don't hear children, and specifically when we have children that are subjects of many discriminations. We have many studies that show that. One, for example, says, one from Belfast says that only 20% of the children of the sample feel that their opinions are heard in policy making. Of course, there is a chain of international frameworks talking about promoting the voice of children. I'm going to talk say a few things about the Greek educational system in this aspect. Participation of the students in the school life, we know all these things. All the school councils, 5-member, 15-member school councils that we have are set up in order to help students to express their opinions, to say what they feel about their school environment. For us, it is extremely important because we want to promote the voice of the students with special needs. As you can understand, this is much more important because, you know, it is not only the experts to express an opinion about education. Children themselves should be allowed to do that as well. Of course, we have programs that are used in order to strengthen the voice of the students. For example, the youth parliament that we have on a national level. And of course, we have the BRIES program, which is a European body of special needs and inclusive education, and various networks, as you can understand. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, and now the floor belongs to Mrs. Gelastopoulou, who will show to us best practices, and then the students. Good evening again. I'm very glad that I participate in this specific session, continuing on the same path with Mrs. Christopoulou. I would like to say here that the pedagogics of inclusion focuses on promoting the voice of the students in a context of a democratic school and critical pedagogics. I'm not going to give you more details on that. All of us know what these words mean. But we are talking here about a practice that characterizes a democratic school aiming at co-forming education by teachers and children alike. It is included in the UN International Convention on Children's Rights, in socio-cultural theories on the active participation of children, and it is a quality index of educational experiences according to OECD reports, and brings on important positive outcomes for everybody in the school environment. The voice of the students is heard when we give them opportunities, encouraging them to take decision about planning and forming and establishing what they want in a school. At the same time, we need practices like participation in decision making at the level of school or class, and activities that aid this process. Also, it is very important to have self-assessment by the student, and also the assessment by and for the student. I'm going to talk to you as well to mention some things about the participation in students' conferences or forums, the involvement of students in conflict resolutions, and the organization of synergy activities. It is very important to bear in mind that when we use the word assessment, it is not used in the context of criticism. And this is very important to take into account. And before giving the floor to the students, some examples of such practices that were implemented in an action plan in a kindergarten, an inclusion class for 1 year. The outcomes were immediate and extraordinary. It is very important to have these practices from very early ages. I'm talking about the kindergarten because this contributes to the development and the progress of the students, the establishment of fair, inclusive practices, as Kuren used to say, elements of civilization and culture, and the fact that we embrace the other. The example talks about an activity. One of the main activities that we had in this program was that we asked the children to participate in establishing to plan a program. You can see here all of them trying to participate, express their opinions. Here we see the same thing. The voting could be done through the usual conventional methods, but also using other methods. The thing is to make the students participate and express their opinions. Another activity here, the students select the thematic modules, the activities, the work, the books, everything that will be involved in the educational program. The students were familiar with all this, and so they co-form the program at all levels. Here you can see the weekly work plan. Systematically, the children stated what they want to get involved with, and everything was taken into account into this plan in the daily life of the school. This is quite important as well, how children record the fact that they are bored through drawing. You know, children always show to us what they want and how they feel. The thing is whether we want to listen to them when we want to take the message. Here we see some ways of the students to assess the activities, select the activities, tell us exactly how they want to work, how they want us to help them through voting. Here, the self-assessment. It was very important for me because, you know, children, they can give us much information about themselves, and this is how we can build up and individualize their program. They know many things about themselves, and that's why we can use them. And here we see the tool that was used. The very important thing here is that the children recognize, identify the abilities of the other members of their group. There are many and beautiful examples that we can use that have been shown through the discussions in the members of the group, but through these activities, the important thing is that we can strengthen, empower the emotional intelligence of the children, their development in etc. And the children have told us that these works, these procedures have helped them to feel safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to thank very much the two presenters, and please, if you can proceed now with the students.
We have together with us the music school of Alimos, and I would like to the headmaster, Mrs. Pagona, who is a sociologist, in order to give us a framework and then the questions to the children. Good evening. I'll be very brief. because the important thing is to listen to the voice of the children. Since this is the request of the conference. Inclusiveness in education and how the music school all of Alimos and all over Greece, the other music schools, have made significant steps forward. What Mrs. Avgitidou said is important, that we want schools that are open to the society and all children attend there. Our school is a school that does not have any restrictions to children who have disabilities. The music schools are not elitistic schools. It is a school where music that gives the space for all the flowers to flourish. And the institutions that we already have in the Greek educational system and have to do with the councils of students, which is a first step in order to familiarize our youth into democratic institutions, comes with gives the opportunity for the voice of students to be heard. An inclusive school is impossible not to listen to the students and not to involve them in decision-making policies. What I would like to point out is that the work of the conference has highlighted very important issues, but what puts difficulties are our daily program and the modernization that we need in the educational system. We teachers bring the values not only of our knowledge but of our personal values, and we have to accept all the pictures of the society, and we have to train to educate them in a value system that all of us as members of a democratic society, we have rights and the children have rights and we have to listen to them. We'll give the floor to the children. Thank you. And let us start from Nectarios. The question that we would like to put, tell us in which class are you, grade, and then tell us what are the basic advantages of the specific school. I am in the first gymnasium class, and I think that the basic advantage of our school is that there is an inclusion class, reception class. There is very good equipment for us who belong to this class. There are many teachers that help us in the music lessons, which is a little bit more difficult, and that we participate in all the events that the school organizes. These are the basic advantages. Thank you very much, Nectarios. Now let's go to Yuli. I am in the first grade as well of gymnasium. Have you faced any difficulties in equal access to education, to your school specifically? Do you believe that there are difficulties in the education system that have to be dealt with? I think we should have more teachers that are going to accept us in our class, for example, in French and English. What is it that you like more in your school? Is that it includes all the students like a big hug, and there is a lot of music there which develops us quite a lot. That's what I am interested in this school. Yorgos, tell us, What is your vision for this school? What is an ideal school for you? Good evening from me. I am Yorgos. I am in the second Lyceum grade. Being in the group against bullying in schools, ideal school for me is a school that allows mistakes and exploits them for the development of children. It is a school that receives and accepts differentiation and takes it into consideration as wealth to be used, and also allows the children to learn in their own way, not one way for every child. Yes, of course, it promotes excellence. The good thing is in a good school not to have a rally of competition or getting high grades. And an ideal school, all the members of the school community, whether they are students, parents, teachers, to cooperate for the harmonic coexistence, both inside the school and outside the school. Thank you very much, Yorgos. And Maria, the same question to you. How do you dream of an ideal school? What are the advantages of your school? Good evening, Maria Gozzi. I am in the second grade of the Lyceum and I belong to the group against bullying at schools. Initially, the music school is a school that has been staffed based on the inclusiveness institution. From the first day, we know that we get into a community that we have a common love, music. Music is a multidimensional sense. It is one, but it is divided into a plethora of ideas. We, the students, get in touch on a daily basis with each other, and we are connected with the differentiation and respect differentiation. We knew right from the beginning that classical and traditional music are about two different kind of musics, but at the same time equally valuable and interesting. Another action that takes place in our school is the music groups, which help furthermore into the integration of students, because through them they get in touch with other people and cultivates the cooperation between students of different ages, that they may have different level of knowledge on music, but of different character as well. Some people are more extrovert, more introvert, and these music groups help towards the direction that such students from different backgrounds to come in touch with each other. And this is something that will take place in a typical classroom. Something else that is implemented in our school and aims at inclusiveness of all students are the two actions, the Friends and the group of against school bullying. More specifically, the Friends is a practice in which the students of the older students undertake a child of the first class in order to make their accession smoother. This institution has been extended to other classrooms, especially to children that have problems. The anti-bullying team is a team that has volunteers from every class which are organized, and they talk about incidents of bullying. The meetings usually take place during lunchtime, because this is the free time that we have in order to have our discussions, and the representatives with the teachers responsible, exchange opinions for specific problems that have appeared in the school, and they try to solve them. Thank you very much. Is there something else spontaneous that one of you four would like to put forward, to set it on the table? How do you dream the ideal school? I don't know, anything that may have come up. I said, don't be embarrassed. We came to listen to you, not the adults, so we want to listen to you. Tell us whatever you want to tell us. I would like to say that in our school, I would like to have more space equipped for music lessons, because some lessons are not taking place inside the classrooms, but in corridors, school corridors, and we would like this to be taken care of, so that the students will be able to be more concentrated and attend their music lessons. I would like to have more green, because green is nature, is life, so that everything can coexist harmoniously.
Okay. If any of you would like to say something, you let me know. But I would like to say that you shared with us, I mean, very important thoughts. Maria, the experience you have shared with us is extremely important, because this takes us from theory to practice, right? And you are happy presenting it. You have been happy presenting it. I think you are proud also, right? So this makes the whole difference, and this brings us to empowerment of children and young people. So if children and young people are not empowered, they will not be able to express. And to be empowered, they have the right to information. They have the right to learn. They have the right to understand, as Georgos said, that it's okay to make a mistake. And Georgos reminded me of what Mahatma Gandhi said: if freedom does not include the right to make mistakes, it's not worth having. So to be free, we have to be allowed to make mistakes. Of course, we learn from our mistakes and we improve, but this is the basic thing. So, Julia, also thank you for your thoughts. Nectarios as well, thank you. You have shared with us very important things. As adults, we are always ready to support you, but you are the ones, as Professor Sophia said, that you are the ones who will execute the rights, who are the ones you are the rights holders. And that's why you have all the right to be empowered, all the right to express, all the right to demand your rights, and all the right to defend your rights. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for the panel. I want to ask if there is any burning question to take from the floor, or we will move to the second part of this session. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for expressing. Nectarios, thank you. Hello. How are you? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for all your Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Maria. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take you. I will call you.
Okay, director arrived.
Yes.
But you were sitting.
Yeah, I would. You would like to sit here?
Yeah.
Ask.
No.
Yeah. So please have a seat. I will call you. Professor Mamouli is here? I would. So now I would like to go to the second part, and I would like to welcome Professor Thanasis Karalis with us from the University of Patras. And I would like also at the same time, since the session will have several presenters, to ask Professor Mamouli Buchukhishvili also to come to the panel. I would like also to ask Professor Sopio Moralishvili also to please come to the panel, and Professor Maya Akhvlediani, and Professor Iagor Balanchivadze, and Ms. Maya Balanchivadze, all of them to come to the panel. Please. Please, Professor, have a seat. And I would like also to ask Dr. Eterik Erzchalia to be with us as well on the panel, thanking her for her support. Very good. So in this second half of the session, we will discuss the role of the child rights centers, which are a very practical partnership between UNICEF and academia, how the centers are protecting, promoting, defending, and demanding the rights of every child. It's very important to mention that the Child Rights Center initiative has a regional focus, in the meaning that every administrative region would have one child rights center in a university, hosted by a university and supported by the university, to make sure that three things are achieved. One, the promotion of child rights with school, municipalities, community leaders, religious leaders. The second, generating evidence-based knowledge. So every time the parliament would like to legislate for children, the government wants to make decisions for children, they would rely on the knowledge that reflects in reality the situation of children in the specific region. And also the third function, which is teaching child rights at the university. So we make sure that educators graduate knowing what child rights are. A judge knows what child rights are, a lawyer, a social worker, any profession generated by the university would have child rights as a core discipline. So we make sure that professions are child-oriented and are child-friendly at the same time. The Child Rights Center started in Georgia. That's why, we have with us today professors from Akaki Tsereteli State University in the city of Kutaisi, where the first Child Rights Center was pioneered and has been pioneering as well until now, in addition to other child rights centers that have been established, other 6 child rights centers in Georgia with state universities and 3 with private universities. And we have with us also the University of Patras, the first university in Greece, which has inaugurated a child rights center and also is pioneering the concept and the implementation of the functions of the Child Rights Center. We will come after this session to the signing of an MOU between the 2 universities, opening the door for this initiative to become regional and global as well. Before that, I would like to request first Professor Thanasis Karalis from the University of Patras to give us his presentation. The floor is yours, please.
Καλησπέρα για δεύτερη φορά.
Good evening. For the second time today, before I start my presentation, I would like to say, interpreting all of you, that I am very much impressed by what we saw from the music school. And another very big dimension of education is creativity, not only inclusivity. Let me note that in a broad sense it is a right of children, because children, human beings in general, has a top of creativity around the age of 3.5 and 4, and this later on is suppressed, and this is a right as well, the right to be creative. And remind you of what Ken Robinson used to say in education. It goes like that: a teacher, second grade, primary school, to draw freely whatever they want. So he went in the classroom, around the classroom, and asked a little girl, "What are you painting and what are you drawing?" And the girl said, "God." God? But nobody has seen God. Nobody knows what the God is like. And the girl said, "Don't worry, in 5 minutes all of us will know what he looks like." A few things about the university and the rights of children, and then the Greek reality and what has been done in the University of Patras. Talking about the centers for children's rights, the first thing that comes to our minds is whether universities are the right institutions to promote the rights of children, because everybody talks about generating and reproducing knowledge, but it is everywhere known that universities do not educate robots and knowledge, but active subjects according to the prevailing principles and values in a society. And another good example of that is the colleagues of Akaki Tsereteli University, in order to have this interaction between the universities and the society. If we start from the European University, the medieval, very quickly I'm going to talk about these things, don't worry. And we come to the contemporary version and the modern university, always universities. The compass was contributing to the community and linking with the community. And this is why the qualitative version of the European University is the public university, and this is a non-formal and informal agreement between the university and the society. The society funds this university, and the university gives back to the society. Here we can see that starting from 1873, 1885, in very good universities we have these very good, these attempts in the extramural activities of the Anglo-Saxon field. Here you can see the Harvard Lifelong Learning Center, the book for the 100 years, and you see here the title, The Gates and Bard, very important title. Is this really true, stands true today? Yes, of course. If we see the second bullet and the fourth, these are references to the interconnection between the universities and the society. What about the Greek universities? And I would like to inform our colleagues from Georgia. Everything that you can see in this country has come from the public universities. The know-how, the expertise, the knowledge that has derived from the Greek universities, public universities, non-state universities. The Greek public university really invests on the future of the country and does not get loans from it. From this future, but we are living in an era that, apart from educating citizens, to a great extent it has tended to educate citizens with soft skills that are related to time management, communication, leadership, etc. All of these things are included in curriculums, but something that we keep forgetting is that part of these soft skills is moral skills. Skills like the ones that you see here: honesty, integrity, responsibility, caring, respect, fairness, solidarity, citizenship, etc. A second point that I would like to inform our colleagues from Georgia is that Greek universities have restricted autonomy because almost everything is regulated by state laws and frameworks. But in the last framework law, every 2 years we have new laws about universities. We start being worrying if 2 years go by without any change in the law. In the last law, in the mission statement, Article 3 of the latest law, we see what is the mission of the universities: to offer high quality higher education without discrimination and exclusion, develop the skills of the students with critical thought, to focus on scientific and moral ethics and viable and sustainable development, social cohesion and non-discrimination, contribute to the formation of citizens able to respond to the demands of all the fields of human activities with scientific, professional and cultural sufficiency and responsibility. Beautiful words. It is our responsibility to make these words practice. Allow me to go to the University of Patras. My colleague, Mrs. Aviatidou, talked about the very beautiful things that take place in Aristotle University. I'm pretty sure that this is true for all universities. 2-3 minutes to present to you what the activities of the University of Patras. Remember the morning presentation when we had the assessment of the different programs. We had a co-perception with the UNICEF of Greece, and we were became very much interested in children's rights. So when Dr. Khalil made this proposal to my department, unanimously we said yes, we have to set up a center for children's rights. Then this thought was discussed with the dean of the university. He was very ambitious, and we talked about it in July, and he said, I don't want the summer to go by, and we managed to be ready at the end of October. Anyway, and so we have this setting up of the center. Here you see the signing of the agreement. The University of Patras has different agencies, various departments, but I would like to stress the care services for the students. Schools go to the university, one of the activities that we have, and also in my department, Mrs. Vasiliki Riga, a colleague, has started the Children's Festival. In this Children's Festival, around 1,500 children per year come for a week, each day a different group, and follow activities, attend activities that have been generated by our department. Many times these children are from refugees camps, and I think that this year we are going to have a specific booth of UNICEF. Perhaps it will be a good opportunity to see this initiative, to have it as a best practice at the European level. Here you see the UP Festival, something that does not exist in other universities. Every year we celebrate the newcomers in the university. You see here a very big audience, and we have various booths and stands with the activities of the university. You can see the girl on the right on a disability in wheelchair. Now concluding, here we have a support center for the upgrading of teaching. You can see the facilities. The mission statement that the Center for Teaching and Learning of the University of Patras aims to upgrade the public good of education at the undergraduate and postgraduate level, and to provide a high level of education to the students of the university through the continuous empowerment and cooperation of teaching staff. It aims to create a learning community of all faculty members that supports innovative, transformative, and inclusive teaching practices, promotes interdisciplinary collaborations and approaches, and establishes a culture that responds to the high ideals of education and to the changing needs of the disciplines served by the community members of the University of Patras. Everything that we have been talking about all these days, we try to put them into practice. Here you see the first event that we organized, and I would like to thank the colleagues that were facilitators and trainers for the first 30 teachers. And here, this slide, this is from a book, Miles Horton and Paulo Freire from Brazil, United States and Brazil. I really believe the road to the Centers for Children's Rights has been opened up, and we will make this road by working. Thank you very much.
Karalis, for this inspiring presentation. Thank you very much for your great efforts. Of course, the wonderful support of Rector Professor Buras. We will come to this a little in a while. And I would like to mention something exactly related to what Professor Karalis said, that the child rights centers are another opportunity for the universities for the knowledge to spread beyond the fences and the walls of the campus. So the knowledge goes to the society, to the community, because at the end of the day, knowledge should serve the purpose of having better life for children, for young people and for the families, and should serve having a better society. So all goes back to the societal role, or the role of the universities in social and human development. Now I would like to ask Professor Sopo Moralishvili and Professor Maya Akhvlediani from Akaki Tsereteli State University to also give their presentation, knowing that along with Professor Bochokhishvili, they have been pioneers in making the Child Rights Center of Akaki Tsereteli State University a great success. Please.
Hello. It's a great honor for us, to be representatives of and participants of the International Conference Inclusive Education and Children's Rights in Greece. Greece especially is dear for me because I'm a historian by education. I love his ancient history and magnificent mythology. And it should be noted that today the Greece has a great function in the life of Europe and the world. The myth about Argonauts and golden fleece is especially dear for my heart. The well-known love story of Colchimedea from city of Aia. Kutaisi is today Aia. Aia is called today Kutaisi, the town we are from, and Greek Jason. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, the Ministry of Education, Religious Affairs and Sports, as well as the Institute of Education Policy and all participants of this conference. I would like also to thank UNICEF and Mr. Hassan for laying the foundation for the conferences dedicated to the issues of children's rights in his fruitful years of working in Georgia. Under his leadership, 3 international conferences were held in different cities of Georgia. And as we see, this tradition continues in Greece, and that's made us very happy. And as you know, we are representatives of Akaki Tsereteli State University from Kutaisi. Our university is one of the oldest universities in our country, in Georgia. Last year we celebrated 19th anniversary. It was founded in 1933 as a pedagogical institute, and our pedagogical faculty continues this honorable tradition of teachers training today. We will present today our activities and share our experience of integrating children's rights syllabus into the faculty curricula and the experience of creating a center child rights in university. One point I'm proud to note that the idea of including the child rights syllabus into the university curriculums was born in 2019 during Mr. Hassan's visit in our pedagogical department in Kutaisi. This is, with his intellectual support, we were able to translate a lot of literatures, Mr. Hassan's book, which became... No.
You will change.
She will continue. Mr. Hassan's book, which became one of a guide for our lectures. On our university base, UNICEF prepare trained experts giving lectures on children's rights. Today, 3 experts from Kutaisi University are attending this conference. Sofia is one of the first who prepared this training course. She is a very successful lecturer in our department, always looking in innovation and improvement. And she will introduce you to our article, UDL application, ASO teacher training curriculum, children's rights syllabus. Our article describes the issues of incorporating universal design into the child rights syllabus, and I think sharing this experience will be interesting and useful for listeners. Sophia, please. Yes. Carefully.
Thank you once again. And before I start my presentation,
I'd like to say a few words that today and yesterday you spoke a lot about inclusion, different approaches, individualized learning, well, at our university we speak a lot about this problem as well. And unfortunately, we also do not have recipe, as you have already mentioned. But somehow we found a golden formula which will help us to make our teaching and learning process more inclusive. And this principle is called UDL, which was introduced with the support of USAID program Educating the Future. This is 4-year program which was launched in Georgia and aims to support Georgian universities to enhance teacher preparation programs. But before I speak about UDL, just a few words about our child rights syllabus, which was put into practice with substantial support from UNICEF Georgia, and the process was how to say, rather long, and it all started with training child rights educators through 6-month intensive training course. And we worked in close cooperation with UNICEF Georgia, and during this process we met different stakeholders like child rights psychologists and public defenders, legislators, and so on. And finally, child rights syllabus was composed and was incorporated in teacher preparation programs at all levels, bachelor programs and master programs as well. What about UDL? Well, I would just say a few words about universal learning design, which is rather a new paradigm in education and which provides an inclusive and productive environment for all learners, for all students, and it provides flexible tools for policy planners, for educators to have a different approach towards curriculum design and instructional practices or assessment and so on. So with the inclusion of UDL, we somehow managed to have a different approach to all the learners, vice versa to one size for all. And these UDL frame guidelines were developed by CAST, which is Center for Applied Special Technology, and UDL uses principles of neuropsychology of how human beings learn generally, and they provide different means of engagement and participation and assessment, and these guidelines are presented here. I will just say a few words about each of them. The first one is engagement, which is called Why of Learning, and this means that generally learners have different emotions in education. It means that they need to provide it with various materials, and so this is essential. The second guideline, which is representation, this is what of learning, and this means that as individuals we grasp information in different ways, we have different ways of understanding. It means that students need to provide it with different means, different materials, resources, and so on. And the third guideline of UDL is how of learning. This is already action and expression. This is how we express our understanding of something. So according to this principle, we try to modify our child rights syllabi, and we have here 4 main components of the syllabus. The first is course description and goals. Because we are limited in time, I won't go into detail and if you have questions, you can approach me later on, but it means that when we are working on the syllabus, when we are introducing the goal of syllable, it means that our students can participate in formation of the goals of the syllabus. And these goals of the syllabus are connected with UDL course objectives, these are objectives, and once again, I won't go through all the objectives, but what I want to focus your attention is course materials. And according to UDL principle, and you also mentioned that each learner needs to be provided some suitable material. All the learners need to find something which will be suitable for them, and we have a variety of materials here in the forms of textbooks, and the textbook in child rights comes from Dr. Khalil. By the way, we are very thankful because first book about child rights was translated into Georgian, and this is really useful resource at our department, and we have in all forms, by the way, and we have presentations, multimedia resources, and so on. But what is essential here is the student contributions. So some of the best materials come from the students themselves, and they send instructor any type of resources, they record their videos, and so on. So in this yes, and the last slide is, okay, sorry, is the last principle, which is assignment and assessment, the final principle of UDL. It also means that we provide different means of assessment for our students in the form of a project or a case study, once again, recording video material, and so on. And just to summarize, UDL is universal learning design, is something which helps us to have inclusive learning environment for all students. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't help myself from saying that you have become two distinguished professors of child rights. So let's give them a big hand. And I feel personally very proud of both of you, because since we met in 2020, it's amazing, of course with great support from Professor Mamouli and from also Rector Professor Shalva. You have really gone far in expressing your passion for children's rights into teaching of students, of teachers, of university students and school students, while you host the students, and how the center has turned out into a societal institution. So thank you very much, and keep it up. I'm sure you will. Thank you. And now, I would like to invite Professor Yagor Balanchivadze and Ms. Baya Balanchivadze also to present their part.
Welcome, everyone. I am Baya Balanchivadze, psychologist. He's Yagor Balanchivadze, psychologist too. The goal differentiated instruction for each student achieve the best result within his or her abilities. Differentiated instruction allows teachers for overcome barriers and improve outcomes through continuous formatic assessment and flexible grouping while respecting the right of the children. child. The teacher can differentiate the learning process according to several signs. The content of the material to be processed, the course of the educational process, the product that students should create as a result of their work, the environment in which the learning process should take place. A quantitative study was conducted. The research was conducted with second-grade students of one of the public schools in mathematics. The first in January, March, and May. See the result. Algebra, May, March, and January. And geometry figures, January, March, and May. It is important to use the student's strength as a report on the way to import the student's weaknesses. By protecting the right of the student, the approaches planned according to their needs helped the student to master the learning material better. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you very much. I mean, you gave us a very practical example of how also child rights centers can play a crucial role in inclusive education, can play a crucial role in making sure that children, whether they are from minority group, whether they have learning difficulties, whether they are children with disabilities, how the Child Rights Center creates a stronger culture of child rights in the community around, in the region of the university, and sensitize teachers to children's rights and school management and apply the policies of the Ministry of Education to make sure that children are included. In most of the countries, it is not the policies that are missing, it's not the laws that are missing, it's the real action on the ground and the change of the mentality, so people accept the changes, are tolerant to differences, and include children. So thank you very much, Ms. Baya, again. And Professor Yagor, thank you very much for your great support to the Child Rights Center and to children and child rights in general. And now I would like to come to the last presentation of this panel. And two people will also deliver this presentation. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Eteri Kirtschalia, who is a great advocate of child rights centers. Child rights, definitely, but also child rights centers. And when we started with the Akaki Tsereteli State University, when the idea came up and I presented to the university, and great support from the former rector, from the current rector, Professor Shalva Kirtadze. I mean, that time, we needed real advocates because it was something very new, and also, I mean, I'm very glad that Professor Karalis, presented how the child rights centers are indeed at the heart of the objectives and mission of the universities, but not necessarily always seen, not necessarily always acknowledged and recognized. So we needed people to advocate for that and to defend the idea. And Professor Kirtschalia was a great advocate for that. And she started with Akaki Tsereteli State University, but with other 6 universities as well in Georgia, supporting as coordinator of the child rights centers at state universities. And I'm sure that her support also has been very, very acknowledged and also appreciated in Greece when we started this initiative as well. So thank you very much, Professor Kirtskalia, for all the support. I would like also to mention that Professor Buchukishvili has been a hero for children's rights, for child rights centers. I mean, he has done what really cannot be done. He made the extra mile. He really challenged the many obstacles that were at the beginning. He was always supported greatly by Rector, Mr. Professor Shalva Kirtadze, and also when I think of Akaki Tsereteli State University, which was established in 1933, I feel that Professor Mamouli has been there since then, since 1933, has been at the university. So I would like to thank you. And when we came to first time when I went to University of Patras, I said Professor Thanasis is Mamouli of Greece. And I said the rector, Professor Bouras, is also Professor Kirtadze of Greece. This is how I saw it. And then we went to Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. We were also greatly received, warmly received as UNICEF. And then we went to Democrito University in the Thrace region. We were also greatly received and very warmly received. Up to 3 universities so far we signed with, UNICEF signed with 3 universities in Greece. And I encourage you to have the soft copy or the hard copy of this brochure, which explains the story, how the center started and how they are continuing. And with that, I would like to ask Professor Mamouli to deliver his part, supported by also Dr. Kirtskalia.
Hello, I will speak Georgian language.
I will help support Mr. Mamouli in delivering his presentation. Dear friends and colleagues,
ძალიან ბევრი ითქვა აქ აი ამ ჩვენი ცენტრის შესახებ და ეს ყველაფერი არის ჩვენი მეგობრის ხასან ხალილის დამსახურება, რომელმაც დაიწყო ეს პროცესი საქართველოში.
A lot has been said about the child rights centers in Kutaisi, and I have to highlight that all this is thanks to our great friend, Dr. Ghassan.
ჩემმა კოლეგებმა ძალიან ბევრი თქვეს აი ჩვენს მუშაობის შესახებ და შეაფასეს ბატონმა ხასანმა კიდევ უფრო მეტი, მაგრამ მე მოკლედ გეტყვით რა გავაკეთეთ და რას ვაკეთებ დღეს.
So my colleagues also presented to you the ongoing activities, so I will be brief in my presentation, just summarizing what has been done so far and what we are still continuing.
იცით რომ ნებისმიერ ქვეყანაში და პოსტსაბჭოთა სივრცეში განსაკუთრებით პრობლემური იყო ადამიანის უფლებების და ბავშვის უფლებების საკითხები მით უმეტეს.
Human rights is a challenge in many countries, and it is a specific and special challenge in the post-Soviet countries.
2019 წელს, როდესაც ჩვენ პირველად შევხვდით ერთმანეთს, მაშინ გაჩნდა იდეა, რომ ტრენინგი ჩაეტარებინა ამ საკითხებზე, პირადად თვითონ ბატონ ხასანს და აი ამ კადრს ხედავთ ახლა თქვენ აქ 2019 წლის არის ეს.
During our first encounter in 2019, Ghassan presented an idea of delivering a training on human rights, on child rights, and this training he delivered himself to the professors of the university.
ეს ტრენინგი ძალიან წარმატებული იყო რამდენიმე უნივერსიტეტისათვის საქართველოს რამდენიმე უნივერსიტეტი მონაწილეობდა და ქუთაისში ჩატარდა.
And it was an extremely successful training with participation of professors from different universities of Georgia.
ეს იყო 2020 წლის 3 თებერვალი.
And it started on 3rd of February 2020.
და იქ გაჩნდა იდეა, ესე იგი რა ხდებოდა ეცით იდეები თანდათან ჩნდებოდა და იბადებოდა ამ მუშაობის პროცესში და იქ გაჩნდა იდეა, რომ ჩაგვეტარებინა საერთაშორისო კონფერენცია ბავშვის უფლებების საკითხებზე და ამ კადრს ხედავთ ახლა.
During these trainings, ideas were generating very frequently, and one of them was organizing an international conference on incorporation of child rights into university programs.
ეს იყო 2020 წლის 1 ოქტომბერი, პანდემიის რაღაც გარდამავალი პერიოდი იყო.
And this conference was organized in early October 2020, which was still the time of pandemic.
ამ კონფერენციაში მონაწილეობდა ძალიან ფართო საზოგადოება და მათ შორის 18 ქვეყნის წარმომადგენელი იყო, 8 ქვეყნის ელჩი ესწრებოდა აქ.
The audience was very diversified, and diplomatic corps was representing. The diplomatic community had very high representation. 18 ambassadors were attending the conference.
კონფერენციის ჩატარებას მოხდა მემორანდუმის გაფორმება ბავშვის UNICEF-თან. აი მემორანდუმის ხელმოწერის ცერემონიალი არის აქ და დაფუძნდა ბავშვის უფლებათა ცენტრი ამიერკავკასიაში პირველი სხვათა შორის.
And following the conference, the university signed the Memorandum of Understanding on establishment of the Child Rights Center at Akakis Eritrea State University. It was an MOU between the university and UNICEF, the first ever cooperation between academia and UNICEF on child rights.
იდეა იმდენად მოსაწონი და მისაღები იყო, რომ დიდი მხარდაჭერა მივიღეთ უნივერსიტეტის ხელმძღვანელობისაგან. ბატონი რექტორი აქ ბრძანდება და დიდი მადლობა მინდა მას უთხრა. და ასევე სამთავრობო ორგანოებიდან, აი აქ ხედავთ ჩვენ რომ პარლამენტის წევრები და ადამიანის უფლებათა კომიტეტის თავმჯდომარე ბრძანდებოდა ჩვენთან, როცა ეს მემორანდუმი გავაფორმეთ.
And the idea was very much supported by the university administration, and it also resonated very well with the representatives of the government. The ceremony of signing was attended by different high officials, including the members of the parliament.
ამის შემდეგ თავარი გადაწყვეტილება ის იყო, რომ სასწავლო გეგმებში და კურიკულუმებში უნდა ჩაშენებულიყო ბავშვის უფლებები, როგორც საბაკალავრო პროგრამებში, ასევე სამაგისტრო პროგრამებში.
So following the official establishment of the Child Rights Center, the main objective was to incorporate the child rights into the bachelor and master programs.
სხვადასხვა რეგიონალურ უნივერსიტეტებში იწყებოდა უკვე გასვლა, რომ ისინი ჩართულიყვნენ ამ საქმეში და პირველი ტრენინგი, რომელიც ჩატარდა და აი ამ საკითხებზე მონაწილეები აქ არიან, ქალაქ ზუგდიდის სახელმწიფო უნივერსიტეტში ჩატარდა და განვიხილეთ იქ აი როგორი მოდიფიცირება უნდა ყოფილიყო აი ამ სასწავლო პროგრამებში ბავშვის უფლებებისა. შეიძლება ყოფილიყო მთლიანი სილაბუსი და შეიძლება ყოფილიყო საკითხების სახით შეტანილი ნებისმიერ დისციპლინაში.
So the discussions were going on among the peers, like professors from different universities, because by that time, the idea of establishing Child Rights Center in other universities as well was already there, and 6 regional universities followed this initiative. So we have been discussing on the modality, how to incorporate child rights into the curricula. Should it be a stand-alone course on child rights, or it can be incorporated as part of studies in different curricula of different subjects.
ჩვენი გამოცდილება უკვე დიდი იყო და დავიწყეთ რეგიონალური უნივერსიტეტებისათვის გაზიარება ამისა და 6 უნივერსიტეტს პირველი შეხვედრა ჩავატარეთ ქუთაისში, 6 რეგიონალური უნივერსიტეტი შეიკრიბა ჩვენთან და გაუზიარეთ ჩვენი გამოცდილება. ეს იყო ივნისის თვე თუ არ ვწდები.
By that time, we have gained quite a big experience, which we were able to share with other regional universities. So in June 2021, most probably, right? Yeah, we have organized a network meeting where we shared the experience that we had gained by that time with the universities, 6 other universities, which were starting the same process.
2021 წლის 23 აგვისტოს წყალტუბოში ჩატარდა უნივერსიტეტის რექტორების შეხვედრა. ბატონი ყასანი უძღვებოდა ამ შეხვედრას და ყველა უნივერსიტეტმა გაიზიარა ეს ჩვენი გამოცდილება და დაიწყეს დანერგვა უკვე აი ამ ბავშვის უფლებებისა თავთავიანთ უნივერსიტეტებში.
And the summary event of this network meeting was organized in August 2021. This meeting was attended by the rectors of all 7 universities, where we shared our experience, and the whole meeting was facilitated by Dr. Ghassan.
ეს ყველაფერი რაც გავაკეთეთ და ჩემო კოლეგებმა ისაუბრეს, აქ შევქმნით ჩვენ უამრავი რესურსი, სასწავლო რესურსი და მათ შორის ერთ-ერთი იყო ერთადერთი ეგზემპლარი ინგლისურად არსებობდა ღასან ხალილის წიგნი და ვთარგმნეთ ეს ჩვენ მშობლიურ ქართულ ენაზე და ხელმისაწვდომი გახდა ნებისმიერი ადამიანისათვის.
We have developed numerous resources during this year since the establishment of the Child Rights Center, but the most valuable one is the book, the only English copy of the book which existed in Georgia. It is a book on historical evolution of the child rights, which we translated into Georgian, and today it is available for all the students who are and teachers, so all interested people who are studying child rights.
ჩვენი გამოცდილება აიტაცა რობაქიძის კერძო უნივერსიტეტმა და იქაც გამოიცა ეს წიგნი და იქაც წიგნის პრეზენტაცია იყო ბატონი ხასანის იქ რობაქიძის უნივერსიტეტში, კერძო უნივერსიტეტში.
And the idea was welcomed by one of the private universities in Georgia. This is Robakidze University, which also initiated printing the copies of the translated book.
ეხლა ამას დაემატა კიდე კავკასიის უნივერსიტეტი, ძალიან დიდი უნივერსიტეტი, იქაც იგივე სიტუაცია.
Now there is one more private university, one of the biggest private universities in Georgia, Caucasus University, who has also expressed interest in having this book.
ცენტრის ეგიდით გამოვაცხადეთ კონკურსი სკოლებისათვის, სად შეიძლებოდა მაღალ დონეზე წარმართულიყო აი ეს პროცესი ბავშვის უფლებების საკითხებისა და გამოვავლინეთ 13 გამარჯვებული სკოლა, რომელიც დავაჯილდოვეთ და ერთ-ერთი ბატონი ყასანი თვითონ მონაწილეობდა, ეს იყო ერთ-ერთი სოფლის სკოლა ტყიბულის მუნიციპალიტეტის.
So a lot of events have been organized under the auspices of the Child Rights Center, including the competition on the child rights related topics among the schools. And as a result of one of such projects and competitions, 13 best schools were identified, which organized good events related on child rights, and it's mainly about awareness raising and knowledge sharing. And Dr. Ghassan attended one of those events where we awarded the winner school with certain prizes.
ამის შემდეგ უკვე ფართო მასშტაბი მივეცით კიდევ ამას და 10 ქალაქის მერი შეიკრიბა ჩვენ ცენტრში და ორიენტაცია აიღეს იმაზე, რომ ქალაქები გამხდარიყვნენ ბავშვის უფლებებზე ორიენტირებული. და 2 ქალაქი, ბათუმი და ქუთაისი გამოცხადდა ბავშვზე ორიენტირებული ქალაქების კანდიდატებად, ესეც ბატონი ყასანის დამსახურება იყო. 10 ქალაქის მერი ხელს აწერს მემორანდუმს აი ამ პერიოდში.
So the awareness about this center and the popularity of this center somehow facilitated the process of inviting the mayors of 10 cities of Tbilisi attending of Georgia, so 10 municipalities gathering in the Child Rights Center, having discussions on how to make the cities more child-friendly. In fact, the initiative of joining the Child-Friendly City Initiative was initiated in the Child Rights Center, and 3 cities of Georgia, Tbilisi, Kutaisi, and Batumi, officially launched this initiative and took the whole path of formalities to achieve this status, and this also happened in the Child Rights Center.
ის რასაც ახლა ჩვენ ვხედავთ, ის არის ჩვენი ფაქტიურად ბრენდული ლოგო, რომელიც კონკურსში გამარჯვებულმა მოსწავლემ შეასრულა კონვენციის მუხლების მიხედვით არის შესრულებული ის ნახატები.
And what you now see in the photo, it developed into a brand of the Child Rights Center, the wall which was painted by the winner of a competition, a 10th grade student, school student, which is depicting the development goals and rights, which are given like in his interpretation on the wall of the Child Rights Center.
ძალიან კარგად თანამშრომლობდით სკოლებთან და საერთაშორისო ორგანიზაციებთან და ყავდა მაღალი რანგის სტუმარი ევროპისა და აზიის წარმომადგენელი ფილიპ კორი სტუმრად ყავდა ჩვენთან და ასევე ყავდა ალბერტო მუსატი, თუ არ ვცდები მეორედ, ძალიან ეს ჩვენთან იყვნენ.
So the center has hosted a lot of high officials, including the Deputy Regional Director of UNICEF for Europe and Central Asia.
ერთი სიტყვით მოვალში რას ვაკეთებთ ეხლა რომ ხედავთ ესე იგი ჩვენ ძალიან ორიგინალური გაკეთებული გამოგვივიდა ბატონი ხასანის ინიციატივი და ჩვენი რა თქმა უნდა ხელშეწყობით დაინერგა ეს ყველაფერი ეს იყო გადაწყვეტილების მიღების პირების ტრენინგი აქვს მონაწილეობდნენ პარლამენტარები მინისტრის მოადგილეები და ასე შემდეგ და მათ მოსწავლეებმა ჩაუტარეს ტრენინგი ბავშვის უფლებების და კონვენციის მუხლებზე.
So, following this very close relationship with schools and expanding the knowledge on child rights to schools, at the end of 2023, the Child Rights Center organized a training for high officials on child rights, which were conducted by the school children themselves. So those children who have gone through different trainings at the Child Rights Center, they trained the members of the parliament, representatives of different official bodies. So it was quite an impressive composition of the trainees who were trained by the children themselves on the child rights.
2023 წლის 16 ივნისს განათლებისა და მეცნიერების მინისტრი ყავდა სტუმრად, რომელმაც მაღალი შეფასება მისცა ჩვენი ცენტრის მუშაობას.
And the Minister of Education visited our center in June 2023 and highly appreciated the activities of the center and gave very high assessment to it.
მართალია გამიგრძელდა დრო ბოდიშს გიხდით, მაგრამ თავარი უნდა ვთქვა, რომ ჩვენი მეგობარი ბატონი ხასან ხალილი გახლავთ აკაკი-წერეთლის სახელმწიფო უნივერსიტეტის საპატიო პროფესორი, ჩვენი რექტორის გადაწყვეტილებით მიენიჭა ეს წოდება მას.
Although I'm up with my time, but I have to say this most important thing that Dr. Ghassan is the honorable doctor of our university, the title which was awarded to him at the decision of the rector of the university.
ასევე მას გადაეცა უნივერსიტეტში დაარსებული ოქროს მედალი საპატიო უნივერსიტეტელი პირველს გადაეცა და მერე დანარჩენებს. პირველი medali მიიღო
And he was the one to receive the Medal of Honor established by the university. And today I would like to express my deep appreciation to our great friend.
არ ვიცი როგორ გამოვხატო ის რაც მაგ გააკეთა ქართველებისათვის და იმედი მაქვს ამას გააკეთებს საბერძნეთში უფრო მეტად კიდევ და ამ ორი ძვირძველი ქვეყნის დიდი ტრადიციების მქონე ქვეყნის საქმეში ძალიან ბევრ წვლილს შეიტანს.
And I have no words to express the gratitude for the things that he did in Georgia, and I'm sure that he will continue doing the same in Greece, and I'm very happy that he's supporting these two ancient countries.
უნივერსიტეტისა და ქალაქ ქუთაისის მერის დავალებით საპატიო მისია მინდა შევასრულო და ვთხოვ ჩვენს
And I'm honored with the task of the mayor of city of Kutaisi.
მე მინდა მას გადავწერ მასპინძელია საქართველო.
I would like to hand over to Ghassan the gift from the mayor of the city of Kutaisi. Georgia is the host. And Georgia is always waiting for you and is always happy to host you.
ასევე ჩემო თურქასებო ხასან ხალილი გახდა ქალაქ ქუთაისის საპატიო მოქალაქე.
Ghassan was awarded the title of honorable citizen of the city of Kutaisi.
ეს წოდება მას მიანიჭეს აი ამ სახელმწიფო დრამატულ თეატრში.
And this title was awarded to him in the State Drama Theatre of Kutaisi. And on the top of this building there is the symbol of unity of Georgia, Bagrati Temple.
ამ ორ დიდი კულტურის ქვეყანაში, საბერძნეთში და საქართველოში დიდხანს იმოღვაწეობს მას და ღმერთი ფარავდეს ჩემოს ბავშვს.
So I wish Ghassan to serve very long to two great countries and long life and a lot of success.
ეხლა მთავარი ქალაქ ქუთაისის მერის
And the most
დავალებით,
important thing,
როდესაც ის 2023 წლის 2 მაისს გახდა ქუთაისის საპატიო მოქალაქე,
Ghassan became the honorable citizen of Kutaisi on 2nd May of 2023.
გუშინ ქალაქის მერმა სპეციალური სამკერდე ნიშანი გადმოგცა, რომ გადავცეთ მას და ვთხოვ უნივერსიტეტის რექტორს
badge,
სამკერდე ნიშანი,
badge,
რომელიც მიუთითებს, რომ ვის გახლავთ ქუთაისის საპატიო მოქალაქე,
showing that he is the honorable citizen of Kutaisi.
აი.
Oops. Do I help?
ღმერთი ფარავდეს Ghassan ხალიფს, ღმერთი ფარავდეს ჩვენს ორ ქვეყანას, საქართველოს და საბერძნეთს და ამ კაცს უსურვოთ კიდე ბევრი დიდი კარგი საქმეების კეთება.
So may God protect Ghassan and our two countries.
Thank you very much. I mean, first, you filled my heart with great memories and great achievements. And as you said, so we will also celebrate together in Greece and in Georgia great celebrations for children. So this makes me feel more responsible. This definitely strengthened my commitment and dedication. I do believe that we need great advocates for children so we can achieve a lot to be able to live in a better world. I'm very grateful to Akaki Tsereteli State University for everything. I'm also very grateful to the mayor of the city of Kutaisi. I'm honored to being an honorable citizen, and thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Hello, I am Nini. I am a 10th grade student from Kutaisi, Georgia. I would like to thank the organizers of conference and the Children's Rights Knowledge Center at Tsereteli University in Kutaisi for giving me the opportunity to present a project We're Tolerant. I also would like to take this opportunity and present a symbolic gift to Dr. Hassan Halil. These are Georgian boys and girls dress. And I want to take it and make this symbolic gift for Georgia. Yeah. Thank you.
So I'm not sure if I can continue facilitating the session. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of you in Georgia and in Greece. I've always, received the great support in both countries, and together we achieved a lot in Georgia, and we are achieving a lot now in Greece. UNICEF has a great mission since 1946, and I do deeply believe that we can make changes in the lives of children and their families, and positive changes in the life in the society in general. I would like to thank you also, and through you to thank all the young people I met in Georgia, but especially in Kutaisi. And I would like to, I just made an agreement now with Professor Karalis that we will also have children in Greece training senior officials from the government and the parliament of Greece, the same as it happened in Akakitsereteli State University. So this will be another pioneer at a global level. And also to say, when Akakitsereteli State University organized that training, which was supported by Dr. Kirschhalia through participatory ways of discussion with the children, the Committee on the Rights of the Child, the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, which is based in Geneva, posted on their official page that training, because it was pioneered globally. It was a real training. It was a full day, 8 hours of training by the children. Very good. So with that, now, I would like to thank all of you for your great attention. I was able to see the engagement through how you have been expressing your emotions, your appreciation to the knowledge presented. And I would like to thank very much the members of this panel. Thank you very much. Is it okay now? Yes. So now we have a very interesting, very important So ladies and gentlemen, respected guests, this is a historical moment because the first Child Rights Center established in Georgia at Akaki Tsereteli State University in partnership with UNICEF, and the first Child Rights Center established at the University of Patras in partnership with UNICEF, they will sign together an MOU. And this MOU will translate the willingness of both universities to advocate for child rights, to spread the knowledge about child rights, and also to disseminate the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the national legislation related to children. By signing this MOU between these two esteemed, distinguished universities, we are establishing a new phase of this child rights initiative, this partnership between UNICEF and academia, a new phase where the centers, the initiative becomes regional and global as well. I would like to praise the leadership of both rectors, the leadership of also the deans and the professors of both universities, without which UNICEF could not have supported and could not have achieved what has been accomplished so far. So allow me to ask for the honor of asking first Rector Christos Bouras for a few words in this occasion.
It is my pleasure, and of course it is a pleasure for the whole University of Patras to sign this Memorandum of Understanding. We have a strong collaboration with UNICEF, and I hope to have this collaboration also in the future with our colleagues from Georgia.
Thank you very much.
For his leadership and great support, and asking him for the honor of a few words in this occasion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. Dear organizers, hosts, and attendees, let us greet you on behalf of Akaki Tsereteli State University. We are very pleased to participate in the international conference dedicated to the inclusive education and children's rights. Today, University of Patras and Akaki Tsereteli State University established a children's rights center in Greece and Georgia, and signed memorandum of understanding to initiate the collaboration in the promotion of children's rights and missions. We have a small presence for the rector of University of Patras, made wine made at Akaki Tsereteli State University. My books titled Georgian History Monuments in Georgian and Greek language, and another one titled Georgian Orthodox Word. Special thanks, Dr. Mr. Hassan. UNICEF representative who systematically held lectures for students and staff of Akaki Tsereteli State University. For his service, Dr. Hassan Khalil was elected honorary professor at Akaki Tsereteli State University and awarded the first gold medal of honorary medal of Akaki Tsereteli State University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Mr. Gaga to present the gift to the rector of the University of Patras.
This is wine. Made for my university. This is my books. Greek language and Georgian language.
So this is the book of Professor Kirtadze on Georgian language and Greek language.
And books, Georgian Orthodox work. And one present.
And now, before, please. Please take your seats. So before proceeding, I would also like someone who supported greatly this process to join also all the supporting great people here. Dr. Eterik Ertzchalia, please join the group. And thank you very much for all your support in making the cooperation between Greece and Georgia possible and reaching this phase. And we proceed with the signing. Please, go ahead. To join, please, colleagues, UNICEF colleagues, anyone who would like to join, let's have a group photo on this occasion. So, directors. So, Anna, who will take the photo? Ah, the photo is there. Amazing.
Ποιος μας βγάζει φωτογραφία? Μας βγάζει φωτογράφος. Ένα λεπτό, κύριε φωτογράφε. Ένα λεπτό. Είχαμε ατύχημα. Οκ.
Congratulations on this.
Πώς είστε? Τι αυτό είπατε.
Thank you.